Okay, I'm going to just do this one more time. So, if you're in the gym and you're hearing my voice, look at your clicker and look at the dot that's on the top front of your clicker. If it's black and white, black or white, not yin and yang, if it's black or white, you're in the right room if you're in the gym. If you're in this auditorium and you have a clicker that's black or white, you're in the wrong room and you need to move to the gym. If you're in this room and you have a clicker that is green, orange, or blue, then you are in the right room. If, however, you are in the gym and you have a clicker that is green, orange, or blue, then you are in the wrong room and you need to move into this room. I hope that's clear. If anyone has any questions, please let me know. I just want to be sure you've made the effort to get here. I want to be sure that your vote is counted properly. So, in the main auditorium, green, blue, or orange. In the gym, black or white. And since I have your attention, Chief Cranston, the fire chief, has asked me if you would all just take a moment to be aware of your surroundings, look around, identify the nearest exit, because we're in a public facility. There are exits all over the place. They're all lit up with red exit signs. We're being very careful because we have so many people. We're not anticipating any issues, but if there was an issue, we'd want you to know where your closest exit is. So just take a look around, and that's it. And since it is 4 minutes past 5, I think we will start with our preliminaries, and I will call the 2024 annual town meeting to order. The Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts will now present colors. All please rise. Okay, please remain standing and join in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we'll now sing the national anthem, so please remain standing. Bobby, do you want to get us started with the national anthem? Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Thank you. Please remain standing. The Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts, or actually it's just Girl Scouts, will now post the colors. We have had problems with the flag stands. Okay. It's my distinct pleasure to introduce Reverend Max Wolf, the 33rd Rector of St. Paul's Church, to give the invocation.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Let us pray. O gracious and loving God, our times are in your hands. We thank you for calling each of us into this tight-knit community in such a naturally beautiful part of your creation, 30 miles at sea. We cherish the extraordinary diversity of peoples and cultures and skills that we share, while acknowledging the challenges of fully living together in community and ultimately in harmony. Grant us forbearance, mutual respect, and the spirit of wisdom, that the purpose of our conversations, deliberations, and efforts today and every day not be for our own benefit alone, but for the common good. Amen. So mote it be.
Thank you, Reverend Wolf. So please remain standing and join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of those in our community who passed away since our last annual town meeting, and in particular, those who dedicated their special talents and service to the town. We don't have the screen. Okay. Okay, thank you. You may be seated. We do have a slide. We'll show it at some point just so you get the idea. Oh, there it is. Okay. I will now read the return of the warrant. Hereof fail not, make due return of this warrant with your doings thereon to the town clerk at the time and place of meeting and election aforesaid, given under our hands the 17th day of January in the year 2024. Donnie Hill Hogate, Chair, Brooke Moore, Vice Chair, Thomas Dixon, Matthew G. Fee, Malcolm McNabb. Select Board of Nantucket, Massachusetts, pursuant to Chapter 39, Section 10 of the General Laws of the Commonwealth and the warrant of January 17, 2024, I have notified and warned the inhabitants of the Town of Nantucket qualified to vote in town affairs to appear at the times and place and for the purposes within mentioned by posting said notifications on 29 January 2024 at the Stop and Shop on Pleasant Street, the Town and County Building at 16 Broad Street, and upon the bulletin boards at the corner of Main and Federal Streets in Siasconset Square. Sworn to under the pains and penalties of perjury, James Perlman, Constable. So for something like 24 years, since January of 2001, I've had the Wizards of Oz here behind me, behind the screen. Mary and Aldemissimo. They are retiring this year. This town meeting will be their last. And I just hope everyone will join me in thanking them for the service that they've done. They're going to be hard to replace. Thank you. Of course, I have them trapped back there so they can't possibly come out and see you wonderful people giving them a standing ovation. But anyway, So the Nantucket Affordable Housing Trust has created an annual Citizens Award as a tribute to the late Dr. Howard Dickler, who passed away March 25th, 2022. And it's my pleasure to announce this year's recipient. For those of you who are longtime town meeting attendees, you'll know that Dr. Dickler was a valuable member of our community whose involvement in housing and economic issues was greatly appreciated by the Affordable Housing Trust and many others through his regular attendance and participation at public meetings, as well as his service on the Neighborhood First Advisory Committee. This committee mapped a guide for the trust use of funds in its effort to maintain safe harbor under Chapter 40B, which it successfully has done since 2019. This award honors a community member who best exhibits the spirit of Dr. Dickler on housing advocacy for our year-round community through their dedication, drive, creativity, inclusiveness, and fearless willingness to share ideas. This year's winner has gone above and beyond for affordable housing through his work on developing homes for home ownership for the island's working families. He has served on the board of Habitat for Humanity for over 10 years and has had a significant impact on Habitat's ability to construct homes. Serving as the construction committee chair, he has developed relationships with subcontractors in the town of Nantucket to accelerate the construction of Habitat homes, allowing Habitat to build 1 to 3 homes per year versus 1 home taking over 2 years to complete. For exhibiting the qualities that define Dr. Dickler's advocacy for affordable housing in the community of Nantucket, fearlessness, tirelessness, dedication, a creative spirit, and the ability to effect collaboration. On behalf of the Affordable Housing Trust, I have the honor to announce the 2024 Dr. Howard Dickler Award winner is Mr. Richard Hussey. As the winner of this award, Mr. Hussey will have the opportunity to direct a small honorarium to the housing nonprofit of his choice. So thank you, Mr. Hussey, for your service. And thank all of you for coming. It's certainly a commitment of time and energy, and your participation is particularly important. I ask you to remember over the course of the meeting that you as voters are much more in control of this meeting than the moderator is in terms of how things go. So I'm counting on each and every one of you to act in a civil and courteous manner, regardless of disagreements, to keep your comments to the matter at hand, not to go into personal attacks of any kind, and to just maintain a level of decorum in this hall that's appropriate for a meeting of this sort of seriousness. And in particular, I know it's very tempting sometimes to clap and cheer or boo, or I'm going to ask you to really try. I know it's hard, but please try not to do that, because what happens is it's disrespectful to the people on the other side of whatever it is you're doing, number one. It doesn't foster any sort of sense of coming together as a community to vote on things of import. And most importantly, it makes my job harder because I have to stop to tell you to stop doing it, and it kind of ruins the flow and takes more time than we would otherwise perhaps need to take. So I'm asking you to do that. I will just quickly introduce the people in the front, even though some of them aren't here, and everyone moves around, so I'm always introducing them in the wrong order. But down here at this table this is the town clerk's table. We have Bobby Planzer, who I think it's his last year ringing the Myrtle Eldridge Memorial Bell, which is a bell that the Eldridge family gave to us out of Mrs. Eldridge's amazing bell collection when she passed away a number of years ago. Nancy Holmes will be down there, as will Laura Ramo. Then we have the select board table, starting with town manager Libby Gibson, town council John Giorgio, vice chair of the select board Brooke Moore, Don Hill Hogate, chair Tom Dixon, Malcolm McNabb, Matt Fee. And then We have the Finance Committee table, and I think the only people there are Denise Cronow, the chair, and Stephen Morey, the vice chair. But the other members are here in the front row: Jeffrey Bloomer, Robert Giacchetti, Joanna Roach, Peter Schaefer, Jill Veith, and Joseph Wright. And then for the planning board, we have the chair, Dave Iverson, vice chair, Joe Topham, and then in the front row, Nat Lowell, Barry Rector. In the gym, handling the assistant moderator position is Chantal Blas-Murphy. And if there's any article where I have to step down at any point, I think Chantal is going to come in here, and Lee Saperstein is going to take over in the gym. So I thank both of them. And then, as you know, I have my moderates here, Marian L. Novissimo and Jen Carey. So, hope that you all picked up a bunch of handouts as you came in. There's town meeting time, Nantucket Town Meeting Traditions and Procedures. That's a handbook that our former moderator, Mark Arnold, wrote in 1991. I've updated it a couple of times. This year's version has been updated. We had to address some more modern language changes, changed the Board of Selectmen to the Select Board, and some other things to just bring the booklet back into line with our practice, including the occasional Saturday meetings. That's a handbook that supplements town meeting time. This is town meeting time. This is the book of procedure that we use in accordance with the charter. It's our procedural guide. It is a lot easier to use and more user-friendly, let's say, than the traditional Robert's Rules of Order. But one of the things that we do at the beginning of the meeting is to adopt the provisions of Nantucket Town Meeting Traditions and Procedures as one of the rules of the meeting. So I would ask for your unanimous consent to do that. Thank you. And that's going to be the easiest part of the whole night, I guarantee you. So hopefully you also have a copy of the warrant, which is this, with the recommendations of the Finance Committee and the Planning Board. Please keep your copy. If we have to come back here tomorrow night for any reason, bring that with you, because we only have limited copies. You'll note that there's a photograph on the cover that's quite lovely of a rainbow over Nantucket taken by Peter Sutters. You should also have a copy of the town report. And again, take your copy, one per family, please. For budgetary reasons, the town only has a limited supply. So, basic rules. See a lot of familiar faces, but I'm sure some of you are new to town meeting. So we make formal motions. The Finance Committee and Planning Board recommendations have been printed as formal motions, and those motions embody the exact action that you're being asked to take when you're being asked to vote. If you're bringing forward an article that did not receive a favorable recommendation from either the Planning Board or the Finance Committee, then you're responsible for providing the positive motion. If you need help doing that, please come down and see John Giorgio or see me when I'm available, and we'll put something together for you. Please wait to be recognized. When you are recognized, we're going to have people go to the various microphones. We're not passing microphones except in the event that you have a mobility issue and need a microphone brought to you. Otherwise, you need to get up and get to a microphone. Please wait to be recognized. Identify yourself for the record. Address all of your comments to me. We don't want any cross-talking in the auditorium between voters. If you have amendments to propose, unless they're super simple, I would like to have those in writing, and if possible by email. If at any point you do not understand what's happening, or you think I've gone off the rails, which is very possible because you kind of get in your head and you forget where you are, jump up and say point of order, and I will recognize you and we can try to sort out whatever the issue is. But don't use point of order just to get recognized to talk about the thing that you want to talk about. Limit your remarks to the subject under discussion. Now, I want to mention that when debate goes on, sometimes someone will make a motion to move the previous question. When that happens, that is a non-debatable motion. We have to go immediately to a vote on the motion to move the question. And what that motion does is it stops debate. So if someone is to move the question, if you've heard everything that you want to hear, if you're ready to vote, then you should vote yes in favor of that motion to move the question. If you're opposed, if you think there are other people who have had their hands up that you want to hear from, or you just want to hear more debate, then you should vote against the motion to move the question. It does require a 2/3 vote, so if it passes, it's generally a pretty good indication that everyone in the room is ready to move to a vote. And I know it's frustrating. It's frustrating to be in line and waiting to be heard, or you have something you think is important that you want to say, and the person right before you moves the question. It can be extremely, extremely frustrating. But that is the process. The other thing I want to mention is that once we take a vote on something, don't immediately get up and run out of the room, because somebody could, something could happen. For example, somebody could make a motion to reconsider, and if you have left the room, you're not going to know that, and your vote could potentially be undone. So be sure to stay on if you're here for 1 or 2 issues or more, be sure to stay in the room until we've moved on to the next order of business. I would urge everyone to stay for the entire meeting, because we're acting as the legislative body of our town, and the decisions that you make and the votes that you cast are important in setting a direction for the town between now and the next annual town meeting. Obviously, no smoking. We will show the maps. Please, when you ask to be recognized, if you're wearing a hat, please remove it. And please silence your cell phones and don't use them for conversation. Let's see, bylaw section 44(7.2) provides that any person who's employed by another person regarding a matter that's under discussion has to disclose that fact. Now, the fact that you happen to have a job is commendable. You don't have to disclose that. We expect that as a voter, you're probably a contributing member and you perhaps have a job. But if your employer has hired you or is paying you to be here, when you get up to speak, you are to make that known. And it's helpful if you do it voluntarily so that we don't have to stop for someone to challenge you or ask the question. I mean, it normally applies, to people like lawyers, but I think lawyers always get really picked on, so I don't want to do that. But it can apply to anybody. So if anyone's paying you, please make that disclosure. The housing choice law does allow some of the zoning articles to pass with just a simple majority vote as opposed to a 2/3 vote. You'll see in the warrant on those articles, note that the planning board has made a determination that the housing choice law exemption applies to that particular article, just to err on the side of safety in case anyone were to ever challenge that determination. I'm going to, on all the zoning articles or articles that traditionally would require 2/3, I'm going to do both a 2/3 and a majority announcement so that we have a record. We do have at least one non-voter here in the room. It's Attorney Paul Durensis, who's here representing Megan Perry. Just need to tell you that, and it's possible that Mr. Durensis will want to speak on behalf of Ms. Perry, and I would like your unanimous consent to allow that. Thank you. And let's see, the non-voters, all the other non-voters, I believe are in the LGI, or hopefully home, enjoying, sorry. I have two people down there. I have Kathy Baird. I haven't gotten to that, but I will. I guess I'll just go there right now. Section 2.6, Article 2 of the Town Charter provides that the Advisory Committee of Non-Voting Taxpayers can have one representative here to speak on their behalf, and we do have someone in that capacity here. We have Kathy Baird and George Harrington? Oh, you're a consultant for the town on solid waste management. Okay. Anyone else? Okay. So there's that. Now, the electronic voting, you're probably pretty good at it by now, but the only buttons you really need to worry about is the 1 and the 2. It's 1 for yes and 2 for no. We vote when the light comes on. We'll have a period of time, and we usually start with 20 to 30 seconds. If that seems like it's too long, we might shorten that up a little bit. You can change your vote as long as the light is lit up. You can, if you mistakenly do a 2 and you meant to do a 1, you can change it. But once the light goes off, you're done. So we'll do just maybe one sample vote to start. And I'm going to go with something very uncontroversial, and I'm going to ask, will the Celtics defeat the Cleveland Cavaliers in the game that's playing while we are in here tonight? If you think yes, they will, that's a 1. No, they won't is a 2. And voting is now open. You'll see on the screen when you vote, it tells you if you're yes or no, and then it says if your vote's been received. If at any point during the proceedings you have an issue with your clicker, you think it's not working, we have an electronic voting help desk right over there. Is that Liz Flanagan? So make your way over there. Okay. I know you're all in complete suspense. So the answer is yes, 943, no, 193. So good news for the Celtics. Let's hope they actually do it. Okay, so now we're going to do my favorite thing, which is we're going to call the articles. And what that means is I'm going to go through all 108 articles very quickly. If you wish to discuss an article, if you disagree with the recommendation of the Planning Board or the Finance Committee, and you either want to defeat their motion or you want to propose a positive motion of your own, or maybe you have an amendment you want to propose, you should call the article. If, on the other hand, oh, shoot. Okay, you're right. See, this is why I have the Novissimos hiding here behind the screen, because they keep me on track. I'm supposed to read into the record right now, before we call the articles, a bunch of various last-minute changes to the Finance Committee and Planning Board recommendations. Now, some of these are just corrections of typos. Some of them are changes that have come as a result of meetings that occurred since the warrant was published. So we're going to start. The first one is Article 3. We are correcting we're adding 1.1 million for the airport. It's just not highlighted. It's that thing right above that. And then we're adjusting the total by $1,100,000. And that is the change on Article 3. Okay. Article 12, the Finance Committee met. The motion is moved not to adopt the article. It's Article 12. Okay. Article 22. Okay, we are striking from the sewer costs associated with redesign and reconstruction of Sciasconset area sewer systems and all other costs incidental and related thereto, and striking the $12,000,001. That's on page 30 of your warrant, in case you're trying to follow along. Also on page 30, in the text in the third column, it said $7 million, and we're changing that to $1,000,005. And I believe that third column always said $1,000,005, so that stays at $1,000,005. If your copy says 7 million, change it. We're also striking the costs associated with the installation and extension of sewer lines in the Hummock Pond North Needs area and all other costs incidental and related thereto for $2 million, also on that page, on 31. And then at the subtotal of Sewer Enterprise Fund, we're adjusting the total to $20,325,000. On page 32, we're striking the $200,000 for stormwater at Consu Springs. We're also striking the stormwater costs associated with stormwater drainage improvements to Somerset Road and Lane and Raceway Drive for $4 million. And on page 33, adjusting that total down to $4,535,000. And at the very end, on page 33, the grand total of all enterprise funds goes down to $38,123,725. Article 23. We're adding airport retained earnings, airport enterprise fund operating, $1 million. Okay. Ooh, which one? Okay, 34. We are just correcting the spelling of Hadwin. Okay, 38. We're striking and a by right allowance on page 46 from the notes. '59. Okay, commercial is being changed to any trade, occupation, or business, including a transient residential facility, but excluding governmental, religious, or private residential uses, which includes rental of a lot or portion thereof, or a dwelling unit or units, or a portion thereof. And then we're changing the definition of corporations to corporation, changing all to any, and adding or equivalent filings. And under long-term rental, we're striking the first sentence, starting with a dwelling unit and ending 31 calendar days. And we're adding a lot or portion thereof, or a dwelling unit or units. Sure. Absolutely. You want me to go back to the beginning of? Okay, back to the beginning of 59. Sure. Okay. So commercial. That is on, well, let me be clear about this. So the planning board's motion as printed in the warrant did not have a motion. The planning board has, since the publication of the warrant, met and come up with a motion. This is their motion. It is essentially what is printed in the warrant, starting on page 78 and continuing on to page 79. The changes that you see highlighted are the changes that the motion makes from what's printed in the warrant on pages 78 and 79. So if you mark up pages 78 and 79, the way this is, you will have the planning board's main motion. So under commercial, you're striking as in a and changing it to any. You're striking after residential facility, you're striking or corporation, even though it's not there. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. And you're striking in the S from include, so that should be a strikeout, which include rental of, and you're adding a lot or portion thereof, or a dwelling, and you're adding unit or, so it reads dwelling, unit, or units, or, and you're striking parts, and you're adding a portion thereof. And when we get to Article 59, I'll go over this again if we need to. Then under corporations, which is directly under that, we're changing it to corporation, changing all to any, and we're adding, after annual reports, or equivalent filings. Okay. Then, under long-term rental, we're striking what's in the warrant, that whole section that starts with a dwelling and ends calendar days. And we're adding in this language: a lot or portion thereof, or a dwelling unit or units, or a portion thereof, that is not a transient residential facility, that is rented or subleased to one or more persons or entities who are not the owners of such, for residential habitation and ancillary purposes, as the principal or ancillary use of such for a period of more than 31 consecutive calendar days. And then short-term rental, we're striking what's in the warrant, and we're replacing it with this: a lot or portion thereof, or a dwelling unit or units, or a portion thereof, that is not a transient residential facility, that is rented or subleased to one or more persons or entities who are not the owners of such for residential habitation and ancillary purposes as the principal or ancillary use of such for a period of 31 or less consecutive calendar days, notwithstanding the rental or sublease of such for a total of 14 days or less in any calendar year is deemed an ancillary residential use and shall not be considered a short-term rental. And then 2 is the same, and 3, we are changing, that activity is in strict compliance. We're striking strict. With all present and future, we're striking present and future. And at the end, we're adding and must obtain and maintain a certificate of registration from the Board of Health beginning in 2025. Okay. 63. Yes. Can you please come down to the microphone?
Sorry for the interruption. I'm John Luce. I live on Pulpus Road. I came to this meeting. I felt like I pretty well understood the issues around Article 59 and probably some of the other articles. I come here listening to you describing Article 59, and I see a sea of yellow, and I see a sea of lined out items.
Okay.
And what I'm interested to know is, am I going to hear what the Finance Committee has to say about these changes, and will I hear about what Act Now, perhaps, maybe some other interest groups, has to say about these changes?
Yes. When we get to the article to discuss it, you will hear
I hope
from
so.
them.
I hope
Yes.
so. Thank you.
I'm sure you'll hear from them and a lot of other people. Yeah, is there a point of order? Oh, thank you. It's, yeah, all right. So, just no, on that, just see up at the top where you were. Go back to 63. Yeah, see in that language at the beginning where it says that it's supposed to be non-substantive changes. Yeah, all right, we'll fix that. It's not part of the motion, but thank you. We will definitely fix that. Okay, so substantive. A. Yeah, there you go. Okay, thank you. So, and you'll be really thrilled to know that what we're doing here on page 99 at the very end, we're just correcting the spelling of, it's supposed to be town and country, not town and county. So we're adding an R. Okay, 68. On page 107, the Finance Committee's motion on 68 is being changed to move to take no action. (103) Same situation. On page 169 to page 170, change the Finance Committee motion to take no action. And then There's just this group of articles where at the end of the motion, for Articles 39, 40, 42, 43, 44, 50, and 90, there's the language, or to take any other action related thereto. We're just striking that. So if you see that language at the end of a motion, or take any other action related thereto, we're striking it. And I will attempt to remember to mention that when we get to those articles. Okay. Yes, certainly. Can't hear you.
Okay, now?
Sure.
My name is Leslie Forbes. I thought I came prepared to speak to Article 59,
Okay.
but there are so many changes, I feel
So
at a
wait,
loss.
This isn't the time. When we get to 59, you can express your feeling when we get there. Okay. Any questions about any of the changes that I read in? We'll show them again when the articles come up for discussion. Okay. So now I'm gonna call the articles. So, do you remember what I said? If you agree with the motion, don't call the article. It will be voted in accordance with its recommendation. If, on the other hand, you disagree with the motion, or you have an amendment that you want to propose, then you should call the article. You do not have to be an article sponsor, a town employee. All you have to be is a voter to call an article. I'll put your name down. When the article comes up for discussion, I'll go to you to introduce whatever it is that you are hoping to accomplish. If you're not here at the time that we get there, I'll ask if anyone else wants to discuss the matter. If they don't, then we'll just go to an immediate vote on that article. Once we call the articles, we're going to take a vote on all of the uncalled articles. So if you want to discuss something, be sure to call it, because once we get past the calling and that vote, there's pretty much no turning back. And I'll go through twice because I always seem to miss something, so. And don't be fooled when I get going really fast at the beginning. It's always very encouraging, but we'll bog down immediately. I guarantee it. So, 1, 2, 3. 3? Okay, Megan Perry, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. Megan Perry, 8. 9, 10, 10. 11, 12. 11, Mr. Brown. 12. Will you have a positive motion to provide for that? The motion is yeah, never mind, right? Okay, Mr. Linval. Okay, 13. Mr. DaCosta? You're tricking me by moving your seat, Bobby. 14, 15, 16, 17. Can I have your name? Caroline Balter on 17. Now okay. That has a positive recommendation. Are you you're speaking in opposition to it? For it? But you don't have to call it then. But you want to call it anyway? Okay, no. Does anyone else want to call? All right, stand up and yell out your name. Jeff Donnelly? Okay, Jeff Donnelly. Thank you. 18, Mr. DaCosta. Hope you guys don't have plans for tomorrow night. 19, 20. Okay, thank you. That was 20, Megan Perry. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. Is that you, Gail Holgate? Okay. And I can't actually see you, but I can recognize your voice. I do need you to check in with us to give us an amount and funding source for your article. Thank you. I think Leah Hill is calling 37. 38. Who's that? Abby Camp on 38. Did you just say something? Okay. 39, 40, 41, 42, 42, Emily Molden. 43, 40, Emily Molden. 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49. Oh, okay. 49, Megan Perry. 50, 51, 52, 53, 53, Ms. Schreiber? No? I'm sorry, can I have your name? Oh, okay. Okay. 54, 55, Cam Marks. 56, 57, 58 is Ms. Kuspa. Yeah, I've got it, 58. 59. Oh, Charity Benz, okay. 60, 61, 62, 63, 64. Tony Wagner on 64, thank you. 65, Rebecca McKrensky, I believe. No call or yes call? No call. Okay. No call. 66. Can you really yell your name? Campbell Sutton? Thank you. Sorry to make you yell like that. Okay, 67. Mr. DaCosta? For what? Oh, I'm good. Okay. 68. 69. Mr. Jones in the gym. 70. Campbell Sutton. 71. 72. Mr. Phones. 73, 74, 'Do you want to use Perry or Gowacki? I'm sorry. Okay. 75?
Someone's calling it in the gym, 75 and 76, sponsor calling.
Okay, Mr. Williams is calling 75 and 76 from the gym. 77,
Yep, Val Oliver,
Val Oliver,
and 78.
and 78. 79, 80, 81, 82. Haley Nelson on 82. 83, 84, 85. I love that sound, it's like a gentle rain. 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92. Megan Perry. 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99.
Call from the gym, 99.
99 is being called from the gym, do we know?
Ski Hill,
Oh, Chris Cahill, okay. 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, and 112. Okay, so now I'll go back and I'm going to tell you which ones are called and which ones aren't. And if I miss any, you have to yell at me. And if you have changed your mind and you decided that you wanted to call something and you didn't the first time around, please do. And if you've changed your mind and you don't want to call something, let me know that as well. Okay, 1 and 2 not called. 3, Megan Perry. 4, 5, 6, 7 not called. 8, Megan Perry. 9 not called. 8, Megan Perry. 11, Toby Brown. Oh, sorry. 10, Megan Perry. 11, Toby Brown. 12, Carl Lindvall. 13, Mr. DaCosta. 14, not called. 15, 16, not called. 17, Jeff Donnelly. 18, Mr. DaCosta. 19, not called. 20, Ms. Perry. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, all not called. 61, 62, and 60. Yes? Can I have your name, please? Matthew Peel. All right, Mr. Peel, 60, 61, and 62. 63, not called. 64. 65, 64 called by Tony Wagner. 65, not called. 66, Campbell Sutton. 67, Mr. DaCosta. 68, not called. 69, Dwayne Jones. 70, Campbell Sutton. 71, not called. 72, Mr. Phones. 73, not called. 74, Megan Perry. 75, Cliff Williams. 76, Cliff Williams. 77, Ms. Oliver. 78, Ms. Oliver. Not called 79, 80, and 81. Called 82, Haley Nelson. I think I have that right. Not called 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, and 91. 92, Ms. Perry. Not called 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98. 99 is called by Chris Cahell. Not called 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, and 112. Okay. Everybody good?
Jan Todd says Clay Evans was 7, which I think you said, but can you just check to make sure?
I don't think I did. Okay. Apparently, Mr. Evans, Clay Evans, has called number 7 from the gym. Okay, so now we're going to take a vote. Let's make sure we don't mess this up. If it was messed up, it would be me, by the way. So, this vote requires a 4/5 vote because of Article 2. You're voting on the motions as printed in the warrant, subject to the technical amendments that I read in at the beginning. Going to recognize the chair of the Finance Committee for the purpose of making this motion. Move that the following articles be voted as recommended and/or amended by the Finance Committee, or as recommended and/or amended by the Planning Board, as printed in the Finance Committee report, with amendments brought forward during the course of the meeting, and of course, subject to those things that I read in at the beginning. So here's what they are. And if I say one that you think was called, don't hesitate to yell out. So 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 9, 14, 15, 16, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 39, 40, 41, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 50, 51, 52, 54, 56, 57, 63, 65, 68, 71, 73, 79, 80, 81, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, and 112. Is that your motion? Is there a second? Motion made and seconded. A yes vote will adopt that motion. A no vote will defeat the motion. It is 1 for yes, 2 for no, and voting is now open. Voting is closed. Oh, okay. See, I got to get used to all these screens. So, yes, 1,230, no, 42. That is a 4/5 vote, and that motion is adopted. Thank you very much. Yes? Mr. Cassidy, you have a motion?
Billy Cassidy. I'd like to make a motion to deal with Articles 59 and 60 first. After voting on the basket of we already did that. Attendance will be at the highest at the beginning of town meeting, and this year there is a babysitting service looking after 60 children at the CPS Middle School gym from 5 to 8 tonight, Wednesday if necessary. These children will need to be heading home to bed by 8 o'clock. These articles have a high level of interest and are high stakes for our community. I respectfully submit we make it convenient for the broadest number of people possible to participate.
Thank you. That's
Thank
your
you.
motion. Is there a second? Okay, that motion is made and seconded. Now, that does require a majority vote. It is a debatable motion, so if there's anyone who wishes to be heard, you have to get yourself to a microphone.
Madam Moderator, I appreciate everything that Mr. Cassidy said, but I really think this is...
You need to get closer to the microphone, Ms. Murphy, and if you could just introduce
Oh,
yourself.
I'm sorry. Catherine Murphy. As I said, Madam Moderator, I do appreciate everything Mr. Cassidy said, but I really think this is just jockeying for a position, and therefore it's really not a valid reason to call it. The selectmen saw in their wisdom that these articles belong together, and that's how they put them in the warrant.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. DaCosta? And if you know you want to speak on this, just get to a microphone and I will try to get to you.
I don't want to dwell on this, but what's the count tonight? How many voters?
Oh,
1,300, 1,400?
17?
12?
13,
When was the
17.
last time we had this many people at town meeting?
Maybe that beach driving thing, that was kind of crazy.
All right, so there's what, 12,000 voters in this town? So less than 10% are going to make a decision tonight on this that affects people? I'm sorry, I disagree with you. There are a lot of young people in this town that have kids and work. They have to go to school, they have to get up. I literally have not had dinner. I ate breakfast this morning, came right here from work. 5 o'clock is too early for this thing to start. Let's put this article through. Let's let the majority of the voters that are here tonight talk about it and not have 300 people decide this thing on Wednesday.
Okay, thank you. I'll go up to whoever that is up there. Ms. Lepre, maybe?
Hi, Meredith Lepre. I respectfully disagree. I hired my babysitter 6 weeks ago. I left my son's Little League game to be here. Let's take the articles in the order that they are. I don't think that we need to start. If you don't want to be here for the rest of the articles, then you shouldn't be here for just those. If you're going to be here, you'll be here for the duration. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I think that we need to go in order.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ray?
Yes, thank you very much. Richard Bray. I'm not going to use the word reprehensible, but I think it's truly unfortunate that the planning department would make such substantive, major changes to this regulation the night that they want us to vote on it without truly ingesting what has been changed.
Well, we haven't gotten there yet. We haven't discussed the article yet. We will. We will. Mr. Cohen, are you up to speak? No. Mr. Cassidy, I'll go back to you then.
Madam Moderator, it was suggested to me, and I would like to amend my my motion to include 61 and 62, if possible.
Okay.
59, 60, 61, and 62.
Okay. All right. You're allowed to do that. It's your motion. Ms. Trost?
Madam Moderator, Chris Trost, I agree with Mr. Ray, and I think this is of great concern to everyone here, but I think the substantive changes should have been delivered to us in a paper copy, because discussing them and making it happen immediately is not giving we voters the time to digest, even though we can discuss it. So I think we need to go in time, in order, and maybe even push it till people have a chance to digest the changes that were given to us 10 minutes ago.
Okay. Anyone else?
Madam Moderator?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Ms. Sutton?
Yeah, I'd like to echo what was just said before me. I think we did this once before when the Select Board decided to move everything to the front. And so that was very confusing, and I don't think it had a very positive outcome. And one of the things I get concerned about is when you take these substantive articles and you take them out of order and put them up for vote, and everybody leaves afterward, and the rest of us who remain make decisions for everyone who's left, you'll often hear the statement something like, well, but there were only 200 people there, as though we didn't count because we stayed. So I love the participation. I would love people to, fill out the ranks of the 200 that stay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Seeing no one else, I'm going to go right to the microphone.
Hi, my name's Sean Dew. This is my son Taylor Dew. He's 4 months.
He's
I would appreciate if
adorable.
we could do this earlier, because he's going to get sleepy and start crying. And
Okay.
I think many of us might as well. So
Thank
I
you.
propose moving forward as early as possible.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Dew. Okay. Then we're going to go to a vote on Mr. Cassidy's motion. Mr. Cassidy's motion is to move Articles 59, 60, 61, and 62 to the beginning of this evening's agenda. If this motion passes, then we'll go immediately to a discussion on Article 59. If the motion does not pass, then we will go to a discussion of Article 3. It does require a majority vote. A yes vote will adopt the motion. A no vote will defeat the motion. 1 for yes, 2 for no, and voting is now open. Okay, got it. Got it, okay. Okay, on that motion, yes, 923, no, 449, that motion is adopted. So we will go right to a discussion of 59. Now, I'm going to show you again Article 59 with the yellow. And I am going to read the motion. Okay, Article 59. It's the Planning Board's motion. Move that Chapter 139 of the Town Code zoning be amended as follows. provided that the provisions of this chapter shall take effect upon approval by town meeting pursuant to GL Chapter 40A, Section 5, and GL Chapter 40, Section 21, and subsequent approval by the Attorney General. 1. Amend Section 139.2, definitions and word usage by inserting or revising the following terms and definitions and inserting them in alphabetical order. Commercial, any trade, occupation, or business, including a transient residential facility, but excluding governmental, religious, or private residential uses, which include rental of a lot or portion thereof, or a dwelling unit or units, or a portion thereof. Corporation, any business and charitable corporation required to file articles of incorporation and annual reports or equivalent filings with the Massachusetts Secretary of State or an equivalent agency of another state pursuant to MGL Chapter 156D, Section 2, or MGL Chapter 180, Section 4, respectively. And wait, before you go on, in the beginning of corporations, it should be any business or charitable. Okay. All right. Long-term rental. A lot or portion thereof, or a dwelling unit or units or a portion thereof that is not a transient residential facility that is rented or subleased to one or more persons or entities who are not the owners of such for residential habitation and ancillary purposes as the principal or ancillary use of such for a period of more than 31 consecutive calendar days. Short-term rental. A lot or portion thereof, or a dwelling unit or units or a portion thereof that is not a transient residential facility that is rented or subleased to one or more persons or entities who are not the owners of such for residential habitation and ancillary purposes as the principal or ancillary use of such for a period of 31 or less consecutive calendar days, notwithstanding the rental or sublease of such for a total of 14 days or less in any calendar year is deemed an ancillary residential use and shall not be considered a short-term rental. 2, amend 139.7A use chart by inserting short-term rental and long-term rental between tertiary dwelling and apartment building in the use column and inserting the designation Y in all district columns except the commercial industrial CI district where the designation N shall be inserted. And the use chart is at the back of the warrant, I believe. 3, amend section 139.7B8, notwithstanding the permission to engage in the short-term rental of a dwelling granted in the use chart, no person or entity shall engage in the activity of short-term renting unless that activity is in compliance with all regulations contained in Chapter 123 of the Code and must obtain and maintain a certificate of registration from the Board of Health beginning in 2025. Recognize Mr. Iverson for the purpose of making that motion. You can just yell "so moved" if you want. Okay, is there a second? Okay. Does the planning board wish to speak to its motion?
No, Ms. Moderator.
Okay. Mr. Cohen?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Stephen?
Yeah? Sure. Can you slide back to short-term rental? Right there? Okay, I'll ask them to kind of go slowly down both. Go up to where we had the big change. If you could just sort of slowly go down. And I think you could probably be talking, Mr. Cohen, while we're
Okay.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Stephen Cohen. I'm an attorney, but I am not representing anyone on this. I am a volunteer, meaning I'm a sucker for punishment and should read things better. All of the yellow you see in front of you is just legal improvements with no actual changes to what was proposed, and it's designed to reflect the language of the lawsuit and the order that the judge issued. There's no differences in substance of what you're seeing between the yellow and the non-yellow, except that it's better language. The reason why we're here is because Nantucket has had short-term rentals in its zoning code as allowed since 1972, or so the town thought. In 4 lawsuits, the building commissioner, the zoning board of appeals, and the town took the position that short-term rentals were allowed. And so that's the situation we've had for 50 years. In March, a land court judge said, no, short-term rentals might be allowed, but you haven't listed them in your zoning code, so if you want to do them, you have to list them in the zoning code. That's what he said. He didn't say they're legal or illegal, he said they're not in the code. And so all this does is add the term short-term rental and long-term rental to that code. He also said short-term rentals are a residential activity, not a commercial activity, which is why you also see the definition of commercial activity clarified. The only other thing that this does is down at the bottom, it says if you want to participate as a short-term rental, you also have to be compliant with Chapter 123, which is the Board of Health registration system. So those are the 4 things here. The 2 different definitions for long and short-term rental, the clarification of the commercial definition, and the requirement for the certificate of registration for Board of Health. What we don't have is all the rules. And the reason why the rules aren't here is because it takes a 2/3 vote to put rules into the zoning code, but there's a special provision that allows for rules to be adopted by only a majority vote in the town bylaw. So if anybody wants to see any rules that wouldn't count as grandfathered and don't have grandfathering problems that you have with zoning and are easy to adopt, those should be in the bylaw, which is what we're doing in Article 60, and which anyone can do at any future town meeting at only a 50% plus 1 margin instead of a 2/3 margin. So this is designed to just set the stage, and rules can follow in the future without the fear of not being able to go backwards. The reason why we need Article 59 now is because under this judge's decision, all leases for short-term rentals are potentially invalid, both leases that were signed in advance and leases that are forthcoming. If we don't have this clarification, there will be no legal clarity for this summer on whether or not those leases are legal. The zoning board is going to be hearing a case on this, but it won't be able to decide that, and you won't have any legal clarification on that this summer. So you'd have an entire season where there's no ability to have legal leases. Some people say, okay, we'll just rely on ancillary use, which the judge also says might be okay. The problem is there's no definition of ancillary use. There aren't enough units that could be ancillary used. If there were, it would require 2,000 Nantucketers to move out of their houses this summer to make room for summer people. Not that they want to move into our houses anyway, but that's what it would require, 2,000 people, year-round residents, to move out of their houses. And it would also force people, if you have only ancillary use, it forces people into the neighborhoods that it would be ancillary used. The people who are against this say that they're trying to avoid. So if you have only ancillary use, you're only moving into local neighborhoods for short-term rentals. It would require people to count how many days they stay in their houses and report to the town how many days you sleep in your house, and then you can get a certificate for so many days. I don't want to live in a town where I'm reporting to the town how many nights I sleep in my house, nor do I want to have to replace this with 10,000 hotel rooms to make room for it either. Neither of those Nantuckets sound like what I want. What we do want is a place where people can come and visit for the summer and enjoy themselves and be good neighbors. And if you have a certificate of registration, that's what keeps people in order, because if you don't keep your tenants in order, you lose your certificate of registration. And that's what's going to keep order, not putting in rules that makes no sense. If we ban short-term rentals, what we're doing is decimating our local economy. We'd eliminate 10% of the town's budget, $10 million of the $100 million budget would disappear overnight, not to mention all the money that they spend here and all the support they provide. But what you're really doing is creating a Nantucket that some people want. Well, why do they want to ban short-term rentals? they tell you it's because they want less summer visitors and less Nantucketers here to support them, because when you have so many people, there's more people on the road, and you need more schools, and you need more hospitals, and you need more playing fields. And so what they're saying is short-term rentals.
That's not helpful, really unhelpful. It's not your job. Go ahead, Stephen, please wrap up.
Thank you. The people who want to ban short-term rentals want to see less summer people and less of us to service them. And that's what they say in writing. That's not my opinion. And so I hope you'll help prevent Nantucket from becoming a gated community for people who don't need to rent out their homes, and help support all the jobs and the economic benefit that have been provided by short-term rentals over the past 50 years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Beal?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Mark Beal. I have a question of our planning board. We elect our planning board representatives to give us advice, and on this article, they've done a major rewrite at the last minute, and they're quiet on the topic, which I think is surprising. I'd like to hear from them if we could.
Thank you.
I think, to be clear, we did not rewrite this article. These changes were made by the proponent, okay? So to say that we were behind closed doors rewriting this article is completely inaccurate. We first heard this article on February 8th. Nobody showed up to even hear about it in a public hearing. It got a positive motion on a 3-to-1 vote. Later in the year, we were asked by the proponent, Mr. Kopko, and the select board to change our motion in light of them trying to work out an appropriate bylaw to regulate STRs. When that didn't really happen, and we also, the court case was delivered to us, it was requested that we reconsider our motion. And that is what we did 2 days ago. I admit it was late, but that is exactly what we did, and it fell under the same exact vote as it did the first time around with the 3-to-1 vote. So it is inaccurate to say that we have rewritten this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kopko?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Michael Kopko. I don't think any of us want to live in the vacation dystopia that Mr. Cohen described earlier, with thousands of us moving out of our houses and things like that. I'm not convinced that that's what we're facing at this point. The planning department is to be commended for a lot of the work that it's done over the last 15 years in rationalizing and updating the planning code, the zoning code, a process that was thought out, precise, planned, in order that we might match zoning to what's actually happening in those areas, and in order that those areas might be regulated as how they develop going forward. And whether it was it all perfect? No, but it was a lot of hard work and a rational approach to updating zoning. This is not that, unfortunately. I feel like it's sort of Groundhog Day here this evening, but this is sort of a hit the panic button with the elephant gun approach to zoning that I think we are not under the gun to get this done tonight. We need a zoning article that addresses short-term rentals. It's just, unfortunately, this is not the one. We need an article that has definitions about it that are precise about what accessory uses and principal uses are. I happen to feel very strongly that people, local homeowners, Nantucket property owners, and seasonal property owners should have the right to continue to rent their properties the way they traditionally have for years. And I believe there's a way to do that, but that this zoning article is not that way. So I'd urge you to vote it down. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Greeter? Is that you? No,
Nope.
you're someone else. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Peter Barnes.
Peter Barnes, go ahead.
We rent our home here, short-term and long-term, to help cover our expenses, but we have title to it in an LLC for liability reasons, and we filed articles of incorporation and we file annual reports. So whether this passes tonight or not, I just want to make sure, and there are a lot of people in this room who do this for the same reason. So my question is do we need to add some language to this definition of corporation to take care of residents here who do rent and hold title to their property in an LLC?
Mr. Cohen? Or Mr. Giorgio? Whoever wants to do it.
Madam Moderator, through you to the previous speaker. So Article 60, which is the general bylaw amendments dealing with short-term rentals, includes provisions that protect LLCs and would allow them to continue to operate as long as every director of the LLC is a natural person. So that's going to come up in Article 60, and that was one of the recommendations from the short-term rental work group that was before town meeting in November, but it's coming back in Article 60, and if that passes, then LLCs, as long as everyone's a natural person, will be able to obtain a certificate of registration.
Thank you. Ms. Benz?
Madam Moderator, since I call the question, am I permitted 5 minutes?
Sure. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Charity Benz, and I am a member of Put Nantucket Neighborhoods First. Our group of year-round residents was founded a short time ago, and someone sounded the alarm about the impact the passage of Article 59 could have on our neighborhoods. Our approach has been largely personal, reaching out to neighbors and friends, and not terribly digital. We view our mission as one to inform, alert, and educate, not to browbeat, bully, and intimidate. You have just seen a perfect example of Mr. Cohen's more or less manipulative strategy.
Ms. Benz, could you keep to the facts of the
Yes,
article?
of course.
That would be great.
Let's think for a moment about what Article 59 would do to our residential neighborhoods, which are now protected under the Nantucket zoning bylaw. Article 59 strips away over 50 years of zoning protection. What does that mean? It means that by our vote tonight and the push of a button, short-term rentals could be incorporated into our zoning bylaw, permitted everywhere by right, including commercial STRs. And it would change our lives and our neighborhoods forevermore, opening the floodgates to short-term rental exploitation right where most of us live. And could you please put up the image that I submitted?
Sure.
Please know that once a zoning bylaw is passed, it is almost impossible to repeal. Our local responsible residents who rent short-term could face daunting competition, and homes that might once have served as long-term rentals would become targets for off-island investors to convert into short-term rental properties. The proponents of Article 59 want you to believe that a general bylaw that tries to put a few safeguards to protect neighbors adjacent to new STRs will solve the problem. How can we have any confidence that a new bylaw will be enforced? The town's failure to enforce the zoning bylaw is what has all of us sitting here. Hundreds of thousands of our tax dollars were wasted defending the town's contrived misinterpretation of the zoning bylaw. This costly mistake was confirmed by the town's decision not to appeal the land court's decision. They knew they would lose again. Laws are only as good as the town's appetite and willingness to enforce them. The proponents of Article 59 believe that the extraordinarily permissive solution to the land court decision is simply to open up the island to unrestricted exploitation and development. That is what the realtors, lawyers, and developers hope to accomplish with the passage of Article 59. That may be their goal, but what do the rest of us want? Where we live in our neighborhoods. Do we want the peaceful enjoyment of our properties, or do we want projects that may resemble the one you see on your screen, on the screen?
Okay, we're not quite there yet, but skating on the edge.
Okay. Right next door, and depending on setbacks, as few as 10 feet away. According to the Somerville, Massachusetts developer's website, an imagining of the finished property, a large swimming pool will be dug in between all the buildings, as you see up there. This property is a spec house under construction off Esper Lane, right in the heart of Mid-Island on a 1/2 acre lot. It apparently has as many as 10 bedrooms. One can only guess what eventual purpose it
I
will
think
serve.
you've drifted from short-term rentals, though, because this is a house that's under construction.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Just 3 years ago, many in this room may remember Jamie Howarth standing up at ATM and saying, "No one calls me up and says, 'Get me Mid-Island.'"
Go ahead. Keep going.
You don't need a crystal ball to understand what will happen not only to this residential Mid-Island neighborhood, but every one of them on the island if Article 59 passes. As you consider your vote on Article 59 this evening, please do not be intimidated by the legal definitions. You've just heard some of that discussion recently. The proponents are expecting voters to throw up their hands in frustration and vote for anything that gets this matter behind us. If you remain uncertain, and uncertainty was certainly introduced this evening just now, the safest thing, as we have seen in the last several years, is to vote no on 59. If you rent your home, the only thing the ward decision deemed unlawful under the zoning bylaw is using our properties to short-term rent more than we live in them. Our zoning law is written in plain English. It contains no legal mumbo-jumbo, and Judge Vey did not change the law. We are in this predicament now because the town failed to enforce it, leaving hundreds of homeowners confused and angry once again. You should know that Put Nantucket Neighborhoods First has drafted an article based upon the input many homeowners who short-term rent and don't. This petition has garnered well over 200 voter signatures in the last few days. We are anxious to continue the dialogue, as Mr. Kopko suggested, about how to deal with short-term rentals on Nantucket and offer property owners a rational rather than a draconian alternative like Article 59. In closing, there may be only one truth. If Article 59 passes, those realtors who will be cruising slowly along the roads of your residential neighborhoods with investors and contractors in the back seat aren't sightseeing.
If you could wrap it up, Ms. Benz.
I will.
You are
I
getting
will.
kind of close to the bone there.
I know. They are planning to change your neighborhood forever. So when you pick up your device to vote, please remember that no one knows what button you're pushing. Think about why you live here and what you value about this place. Then think about what could happen 10 years from now if Article 59 passes, when our year-round neighborhoods are getting hollowed out and we're surrounded by STRs, not neighbors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sanders?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm here from the gym, and I was sad that I had to go into the gym until I realized that we have ice cream and shiatsu massages in there.
I'm glad.
Sorry, everybody.
Now you tell us.
I'm not going to make any personal attacks because I think that this is a neighbor for neighbor situation. Nobody really wants to ban short-term rentals. Nobody who's sane, at least, because short-term rentals are a major engine for our economy. But if they continue along the trajectory that they're going, we could have some real problems in this town. And I want to remind people that the more short-term rentals we have, the more human beings are required to service those short-term rentals. And we have a job situation right now where we have a lot of jobs and no place to put the workers. So that situation is going to get worse. So, like I said, nobody wants to ban short-term rentals, but I think that Judge Vey did us a huge favor, and I think Kathy Ward did us a huge favor, because now, if we vote 59 down, we can come up with a solution that we all can agree on. I don't think that 59 is something that everybody in this room agrees on. I know there are no's and there are yeses. But I vow to work very hard to come up with a solution and work as a communicator and as a former ad guy to get everybody together and make this work in the fall if we can vote this down, because there's some major problems with this. So no to 59, and let's work really hard in the fall to come up with a solution that we can all agree on. Thank you.
Thank you. The woman right behind you, Mr. Sanders, I'd like to recognize her. She's on crutches, and I feel like I need to get her sitting down again.
Thank you. Hi, Galen Gardner.
It's good for my kids.
You may know my family, which includes Gardners, Powers, and Coffins, who have all significantly contributed to conserved land here within the last 30 years, Gardner Farm and the current home of things like Cisco Brewers, 167 Raw, the Walter Ballinger Farm, and Sconset Golf. As you may have read in my letter to the Nantucket Current, my family was sued and won a decades-long land court case known as Mary P. Gardner, Richard Gardner, Shirley M. Gardner versus Maury, Seth Joyce, and Walter Folger, trustees of the Folger Trust, 1980. This lawsuit was extremely expensive, emotionally damaging, and life-changing for every single member of my family. It serves as an illustration of how an old deed found in a dusty drawer could come to life and change everything, and also illustrates how important land use planning is and why lawsuits are not the answer and why we need a law right now. This personal experience from my family's past parallels the ongoing conflicts and lawsuits over short-term rentals, regulations that we are discussing tonight. Like my family's arduous ordeal in land court, this STR debate threatens the financial stability and peace of local residents like me. I am an advocate of Article 59 because it is a timely approach to STR regulations. We have now been waiting 4 years for resolution. This proposed zoning bylaw can prevent legal conflicts and preserve our community's character, which includes over 100 years of STR. Your support for a fair, clear law, such as a yes on 59, acts as a long overdue preventative measure against the divisive and damaging impacts similar to what my family endured all those years ago. Please support me in voting yes on 59. I know firsthand how damaging lawsuits can be.
Thank you. Mr. Allerhand?
I have two questions. Everybody pretty much agrees that nobody wants to stop people who live here from short-term rentals. The problem is that it gets intertwined with commercial rentals. We need to be able to separate that. So the question I have for the town council is, if nothing is done right now, this summer, what happens with people who live here? What happens with their short-term rentals?
Madam Moderator, through you to the previous speaker. So speaking about this summer, I would assume that most everyone who's renting their property probably have contracts.
I think you need to be louder, Mr. Giorgio.
They probably have contracts in place for the summer. There is nothing in Judge Vey's decision at this point that would require anyone to cancel an existing rental contract. Judge Vey remanded this case to the Zoning Board of Appeals for a determination on very specific facts contained in that ward litigation, for a determination as to whether the property was properly being used as a short-term rental in terms of it being an accessory use. So unless and until there are more lawsuits filed or more complaints for zoning enforcement filed with the building commissioner and then the Board of Appeals, I don't see why anyone would need to cancel their contracts for this summer.
Thank you for that clarification. So that shows that most people will not be harmed by what's going on this summer. The other question I have is this. According to the article in the Inquirer Mirror, there's a dispute between Mr. Cohn and the town council with Mr. Fee. Mr. Cohn and the town council believe that if we pass 59, that would be easily overridden by a bylaw. Mr. Fee believes that once it goes into zoning, we're never going to get out of it. Would somebody give me an example of a bylaw that could get us out of the results of 59 if we're not happy with it?
Go ahead, Mr. Giorgio.
Madam Moderator, so I'm not going to sit here and be a spokesman for Attorney Cohen, obviously, because I represent the town. If you all go back to November, and I know we shouldn't go back in time, you had a group of residents propose a structure for regulating short-term rentals. And that structure was to enact a zoning bylaw that permitted short-term rentals in basically all zoning districts, except I believe for 2, subject to that property being in compliance with the town's general bylaw, which is Chapter 123. And we know that for whatever reason, that did not pass at the November town meeting. Currently, I will agree with Mr. Cohen that Article 59 maintains that same basic structure. It allows short-term rentals as a primary use, but only if that property is in compliance with Chapter 123 of the general bylaw, which at the current time basically requires registration with the Board of Health. But you will see in Article 60 that there are additional regulations being proposed. For example, corporations would not be eligible to obtain a certificate of registration. Properties that are subject to affordable housing restrictions could not obtain a certificate of registration. And in the future, you might ask yourself, well, if Article 59 passes, how could we enhance those kinds of regulations? And the answer to that is the legislature, when they approved the short-term rental law, expressly stated that towns may enact bylaws, either zoning or general bylaws, that can do a number of things with respect to short-term rentals. You can limit the number of days someone can rent their property. You can limit the length of time that any short-term rental can exist. You can put a cap on short-term rentals. You can even regulate ownership, and you can also designate where they may be located. That can all be done by a general bylaw. And as that general bylaw is amended from time to time, every property, regardless of, even if Article 59 passes, if you want to rent your home as a short-term rental, you will need to comply with the general bylaw requirements for which there is no statutory grandfathering. So basically, the legislature handed the town what I think is an important tool to come up with a set of regulations, which you can do in a general bylaw. And Article 59 basically says, as those regulations evolve over time, the zoning permission as a primary use will change as well.
I see my time is up, but just
Your time isn't up, but let Mr. Giorgio finish, Mr. Allahan, and I'll let you do your final question.
I thought he did. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I think I finished.
Oh, did you finish?
Yes.
Okay.
I
All
think
right,
so.
good.
I hope so.
Okay, so go ahead, Mr. Allahan. Do you have
Okay. No, so just to recapitulate, 59 right now does not distinguish between people who live here and people who buy houses to sell them, to use them commercial. There's no distinction at 59. And given our history, the idea that we're going to be able to change a bylaw if we're not happy with the zoning is pie in the sky. It's very hard to change anything once it goes through. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Reed?
Thank you. Attorney Arthur Reed, I represent a lot of people.
You have to get closer and be louder.
Okay. I represent a lot of people who are involved in one way or another in short-term rentals, and I'm certainly in favor of Article 59. I'm not speaking for any of those people. I'm speaking for myself. As to Mr. Giorgio's comments about rentals for the current upcoming season. I agree with him. There's nothing in the land court decision that addresses the question of whether existing leases or leases for the upcoming season would be affected by this. However, I would add a footnote to it, which is that there's nothing in there that stops anyone who wants to file a complaint against an alleged short-term rental from doing so and having that have to go through the process with the Board of Appeals and land court and wherever it winds up in the judicial system. So I would suggest that not passing Article 59 will result in there being potential litigation over that on an ongoing basis. And as to what constitutes an ancillary use, which is basically the issue that's outstanding at the present time in the pending case, whether the owners of that property were engaged in an ancillary use in their rentals, that will depend specifically upon the facts in that case and is not on any basis a precedent as to other cases with different facts could be acted upon by the land court, this judge, or any judge in any court. So I think that if we're attempting to regularize the situation, passing this article, which enables the basic use to be protected as we've always understood it to be. You know, this is not opening up any floodgates. This is simply codifying what everybody has always understood to be the case with regard to short-term rentals throughout the whole period that zoning has been in effect. It's only now that this issue has come up. And once again, by a simple majority vote, the regulations under a general bylaw can be passed, and those can be done with a great deal more specificity than would be appropriate in the zoning bylaw.
Thank you.
Madam Moderator?
Okay, Ms. Sutton.
Yes. Can you hear me? I can't tell.
Yeah, you have to talk really loudly, though. That would be great.
Okay, well, I can do that. So I wanted to bring something up about Article 59 that I really haven't heard. And I've been against well, I don't know if it's Article 59. I've been against the knee-jerk reaction of putting yes in every district under our zoning code. I think it's I think it is knee-jerk. I don't think that it has a lot of creativity to it. I think it creates threats or competition between uses. Specifically, well, and I had brought up the commercial industrial as an inappropriate place to have short-term rentals when it was under discussion with a short-term rental work group, which I can see that they pulled that. I also feel that our CTEC, or our commercial trades, entrepreneurial, crafts district, CTEC, is used in a very specific way on the island by contractors, whether it's landscapers or stonemasons or people with heavy equipment, screen repair. I have a marble guy down the way. And I think putting that zone into short-term rental creates a lot of potential competition, like unintended consequences of competition between contractors on island that actually need the land within the CTEC to perform, you know, their many duties, the services that they provide, you know, many of the residents and non-residents on the island, and pits them against short-term rentals. I mean, if you, there was, oh, sorry. Anyway, I think that's an area that hasn't been looked at, and I appreciate your listening to me. I also think that there's some nuances that could be done to really try and create more balance instead of just a no or a yes, because as has been stated, we all know that short-term rentals are a benefit, but they do have unintended consequences. And I think the
if you could
yes
wrap up, that would be
everywhere
great.
creates many of those unintended consequences. As the fellow said earlier, every short-term rental creates a need for workers, which we already can't house, and many of us can't continue to afford to create housing for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. The woman in the pink sweater at that microphone.
And Juez. I would like to ask, through the moderator, through Madam Moderator, please, an explanation from Mr. Cohen. There are some words that he used which we haven't seen before. He has substituted principal for primary and ancillary for accessory, I think. And I don't understand that, so I would like an explanation. And the other thing that I'm a bit confused about is there was a little bit hard to keep track of it, but there was a reference to 14 days, and it seems like these 14 days are a newfangled tax-free benefit for commercial clients. So could we please have an explanation of that? Thank you.
I think the 14 days, just to get that off the table, that's the amount of time anyone can rent without having to pay tax on the rent. Anyone, not a corporation, not anybody. But Mr. Cohen, can you elucidate on the other wording?
Yeah, well, so I would agree with you, Madam Moderator. That's the federal IRS exemption for 2-week rentals. The other wording is just technical. In some cases, primary is the correct word. In some cases, principal is the correct word. In some cases, ancillary is the correct word. In some cases, accessory is the correct word. It's, it's not intended to create something that doesn't exist now. If town council thinks that accessory compared to ancillary is better, I don't actually have a position on technical corrections like that.
Thank you. Okay, I'll come down here. Mr. Peel?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Matthew Peel. I just want to appeal to the local businesses here on the island. And Mr. Giorgio doesn't like to go back in time, but I'd like to go back to 2020. A study by UMass Donahue Institute, commissioned by the Copley Group of all people, states that visitation in 2020 was almost half of that in 2019. But those who did visit the island spent nearly double what they did in 2019. People who owned homes used them and spent more money here. According to that same study, in 2020, we had, since 2020, we've had 26% rise in STRs. What happens if we enter another pandemic, a war, or a recession? Are the local businesses willing to gamble on investor-owned STRs, or the homeowners that carried this island's economy through a pandemic? Everyone keeps talking about how different and unique this island is. But in the world of STRs, we are not special, we are not different. Nearly every seaside town from the Florida Keys to Maine has a long history of vacation rentals. And most of them have enacted regulations much more stringent than any regulations we have proposed or will propose in a special town meeting in the fall. If anybody's read my letters to the editor, Charleston, the homeowner has to inhabit the home while hosting short-term guests. Montauk in the Hamptons limits 2 rentals every 6 months for stay under 2 weeks, and Montauk seems to be doing just fine. Excuse me. I scattered the internet looking for stories about the economy collapsing, as Mr. Cohen claims, and I couldn't find any on Montauk or Charleston. Please vote no on 59. Our economy is stable. I don't think it's going to go anywhere. Nobody wants to ban STRs, but we need to come up with reasonable regulations.
Thank you. Ms. Botticelli?
Hi, my name is Lisa Botticelli. I've lived here for 33 years. I'm an architect and have also served on the Zoning Board of Appeals for 15 years. But tonight I'm speaking simply as a Nantucket resident. I'm here to ask you to vote no on Article 59 for the following reasons. Zoning regulates the use of land, building, and structures in municipalities. It is the most powerful tool that we have as a community to ensure that we grow and develop in a sustainable way which benefits all of Nantucket. The recent land court ruling affirmed the right to short-term rent, but made it clear that in residential neighborhoods, it is allowed only as an accessory use and not as a primary use of the property. The judge's ruling mandated that the Zoning Board of Appeals determine the definition of accessory and primary use for our neighborhoods. Article 59 does not address that mandate, but instead forever allows commercial use in our residential neighborhoods. In addition, passing this article will eliminate our ability to restrict the use of the future, as it proposes to use zoning to legalize STRs in perpetuity. I believe that short-term rentals as accessory uses, as opposed to commercial use, will continue to support our local businesses and homeowners as it has in the past, and not to mention aid in providing housing for the workers that we need to support our economy on the island. Please vote no on Article 59 so we can safeguard what residential zoning was intended to protect, our neighborhoods.
Thank you. Ms. Dye?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Penny Dye, and I guess I've lived here now most of my life. 4 years ago, none of us knew what an STR was. What has been missing from this debate about vacation rentals is the truth and information based upon verifiable facts. It is a fact that there are about 9,700 residential properties on Nantucket. Of these, 2,900 have a secondary dwelling unit, resulting in a total of 12,600 residences. There are 2,325 property owners who claim the residential tax exemption. These are the properties whose owners live in them all year long. It is a fact that only 14% of residential properties on Nantucket rent on a short-term basis, less than 32 days. In 2022, the last year for which statistics were available, there were 1,758 properties that paid the room occupancy tax. Included in that number is also hotels and inns, as well as private homes. It's also a fact that the other 86% of all residential properties do not rent on a short-term basis. These are the houses whose owners do not need to rent in order to keep their homes, and those that are rented for longer than 32 days, many of them year-round. The 2020 census tells us that the year-round population has increased by 40.1% over the last decade, alongside an increase in permanently occupied homes. A vibrant and thriving community can and does exist with short-term rentals. It's also a fact that more than 85% of all vacation rentals are for less than 32 days. Gone are the days when a family could afford to vacation here for a full and half season. I have to wrap it up, don't I?
You do.
Oh, dear. Okay, the most important thing here. This divisiveness that our community has been subjected to needs to stop. We have the power to do this right now, tonight, by approving Article 59. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Good evening. Robert Bates. Lived on the island since 1989. When I moved here, the norm was a family rented a home. A couple of guys, couple of girls, whatever, would rent the home together. Now we have homes that are rented with 20 people living in them in a 3-bedroom home. People cannot afford to find residential uses. They are not available anymore. There's a home in my neighborhood which has been reported to the health department numerous times due to overcrowding. But those people cannot afford to find other places to live. And a lot of it's due to vacation rentals or short-term rentals. If somebody can make $10,000 in a week, $50,000 over the course of a month or more, why would they rent for the winter? They shut the homes down, they go away. These people don't live here. I understand people who live here who need to rent their spaces. That makes sense. But these people from away who are renting, not even as corporations, I know of homes that are renting for $10,000 and $15,000 and $20,000 a week on Milk Street. These people, this needs to be controlled, and we need to get back to a point where people can afford to live here. There would not probably be an article for employee housing in this year's town meeting if employees could find housing on this island. We have firefighters, we have police officers that are living in conditions, living with each other, that are commuting to the island. You have firefighters who commute. That means they're not available at 2 o'clock in the morning. They can't get here till 7 a.m. So hopefully they're not needed. But I know of times during the 32 years that I was with the department that we needed those people here. We need more housing that is year-round, not short-term rentals.
Thank you. Yes?
Hello, I'm Elizabeth Coffin. I live at 47 Union Street. I've lived in this neighborhood since 1956 and watched a lot of change. In the last 3 years, my immediate neighborhood, which, by the way, is where the floodplain meets the water coming down off the embankment, so it's prey to water issues. In the last 3 years, the houses have turned over and been dedicated in one way or another to short-term rentals. And one of the things that I've been concerned about was that we were always going to be outstripping and overwhelming our infrastructure, in which case I'm talking about the sewage, sewers, plumbing, and roadbeds structures. So with the amount of newly amplified engagement using all of our infrastructure, we're breaking down. And I'll give you an unintended consequence of the short-term rentals in my neighborhood. Last year, on one of the major celebrations, there were enough people so that when they all flushed their toilet at approximately the same time, the sewage hit a blockage somewhere along the line, going down Weymouth Street. So it stopped, and the water backed up, and all of the sewage ended back up in the kitchen sinks of the people up the road, which took another 5 to 10 days to rectify. That's an unintended consequence, where there are too many people doing some of the same things all at the same time in infrastructure that can't support it.
Thank you.
And I'm going to be voting against Article 59 with the understanding that we can go forward and craft something really much better.
Thank you. Ms. Lepre?
Hi, I'm Meredith Lepre. I just have to pull this up on my phone. But I had a couple of things. One is I was looking at short-term rentals, and I'm pretty sure that the Beach Plum neighborhood is supposed to be, it's a 40B if I'm correct, and there are 39 houses that I saw in 2022, and 20 of them are short-term rentals. So
Not
that's
all
just,
of them are affordable in Beach Plum, though. It's a
no,
mix.
but 20 of them are short-term rentals.
see.
I confirmed that actually last night and this morning.
Okay.
So I know babysitting is ending in 45 minutes, but I don't think that's a reason to stop. I know I will be spending hundreds of dollars on babysitting, but it's because it's important for me, and to my family to be here, and I think it should be to everyone, and there are lots of high school kids that are not 18 that you could hire to come to your house. So I have a comment. Most people at town meeting who are proponents of Articles 59 and 60 are in it for the money. And before you go up in arms, think back And really think about it. All the Pro 59 letters to the editor are about saving jobs, money, paying mortgages, money, maintaining the economy, money. But what happens to the money if our community disappears? It's already disappearing. We can see it every time a long-term family or a resident leaves our shores for good, no matter what side of this particular argument they're on. Living on Nantucket has become about the money. How much money can you make? How are you going to make it? Rent from year-round tenants, not good enough. Kick them out, make more money. Real estate market booming, and you want to sell to the highest bidder, make more money. Need to charge more for the landscaping or cleaning services, go to the short-term rentals. They're a sure bet to make more money. We are a tourist economy. We always have been, but we haven't always looked like this. Short-term rentals do go back decades. It was a lovely practice for a very long time. It was the only way that people who couldn't afford their own home could still visit our shops, eat our ice cream, and enjoy the charm and quaintness of our community. But something happened in the last decade or so, and the quaint and charm have been replaced by a community constantly hunting for more in order to survive. So I ask you this: what happens when we truly become a shell of who we used to be and the people just stop coming? Because it will happen. If we pass 59 and 60, the floodgates open and there's no going back. Every one of you in this room talking about your grandparents' legacy or your repeat tenants, what if those go away?
Please.
You want to talk? I'm almost done.
Okay.
You want to talk about money? What if Nantucket loses everything that draws people to it and the money that goes along with it? Nobody in this room has seen it before, but the streets we walk on have. When the whale oil isn't needed anymore, it seems neither is Nantucket. Today, you can vote to stay dependent on whale oil, or you can commit to rebuilding our island and its community to start to resemble the Nantucket that drew you all here in the first place. This isn't about billionaires taking over or people trying to take your money. This is about understanding that the decisions we make today will have effects on this island that most of us can't even imagine. You want to make more money? You have to protect the place that you're getting it from, or else the money will inevitably stop coming. And this is from Allie Mitchell.
Thank you.
And we thank her.
Ms. Baird, why don't you go ahead, because you're speaking on behalf of the ACNVT.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, for this will be brief. The main concern that we have in hearing some of the discussions that we're having today is the Articles 59 and 60 don't have any language in them currently that's discriminatory against the non-voting taxpayers of this island. So we were just hoping that nobody would propose anything like that as we do this debate. And also in the future, even in the articles that are coming up, because although you can charge a higher property tax rate for non-voting taxpayers, and we're fine with that, you can't discriminate about property use. So be careful, I think. I'm just putting that out there. And then just a quick public service announcement. For those who remember Article 39 that was passed in 2022, and the registry that people are talking about, this is to encourage everybody. Nobody should live next to a bad neighbor, whether they're a bad neighbor who owns their home and lives in it or is a short-term rental. The registry is functional. It has multiple purposes. One is to gather accurate information, so we're not arguing about how many there are and how often they're used, and when they're used. That will be that's all collected when you register. You're violating the law if you don't register. There are limits on occupancy. You have to identify an on-call person for any of issues that come up in your home. And most importantly, is a nuisance property hotline that exists right now. The number is 508-315-6372. That's already in place. Health and safety issues can be reported, parties, noise, anybody violating noise and outdoor lighting bylaws that exist. Fines can be imposed by the town, and the town can take your certificate away. So I operate a short-term rental, and I would first go to your neighbor, see if you can work it out, then go to the town. And it's their job to enforce it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Hi, my name is Nat Philbrick. I live on 4 Silver Street. I've been on this island for 38 years. And I'd like to speak to what I think is the misuse of history in the STR debate. There has been a lot of talk about, yes, Nantucketers have been renting their homes for decades, for hundreds of years. But the commercial STR phenomenon is not something the old-timers were dealing with back in the day. This is something that is a very new phenomenon, just the last 10 years. It's radically changed my neighborhood, and it's changing the island. Nantucket has changed dramatically ever since the short-term rental phenomenon began, and this is about 10 years ago. Year-round Nantucketers have always rented their homes, but this is different. Online platforms like Airbnb and the others have created an economic hothouse that is, to my mind, unsustainable. Jobs are everywhere, but no one can find a place to live. Unless you've inherited a house or a piece of land from your parents, few islanders can afford to buy a home. Year-round rentals are nearly impossible to find. Our economy is not dependent on STRs. It's dependent on summer people wanting to come here because Nantucket is a special place. My concern is that if STRs are allowed to continue unabated, Nantucket will become a soulless parody of the place on which its reputation as a historically interesting summer resort is based. It'll become a place where teachers, doctors, nurses, and others are flown in like relief workers rather than having the opportunity to become a viable member of the community. Nantucket will have been effectively killed by the phenomenon that is being touted today as its economic salvation. Vote no on Article 59.
Thank you. Yes, the gentleman up at the back at the microphone.
George Butterworth. I wanted to speak to 59. Some of the people who are in favor of 59 are acting like this is what we need to keep our white-hot economy white-hot. It's almost as if year-round residents are a drag on the economy because they don't hire a lot of landscapers. They may do some of their own construction work. They're not going to buy $60,000 worth of flowers from the florist for special occasions. And it's almost like we're supposed to celebrate if someone comes in and buys a modest house and expands it so it's 6 bedrooms, 6 baths, and goes to a short-term rental. It's because that's going to generate more money for the island. Well, it's more money at great cost. And I would like to just give one example of the impact of a short-term rental. Dick and Bee Caton had a modest house at the top of Main Street, and they were well remembered for their maintenance of Caton Circle. When Dick and Bee passed on, eventually their property was bought by a developer or an investment person who drastically upscaled the house, put a swimming pool in the backyard, and now that house rents for $15,000 a week. And I guarantee you that no year-round regular Nantucket person will ever live in that house again. And you can say, well, that's a really nice neighborhood, Upper Main Street, but that's happening all over the island. When people come in, investors, and spend a lot of money on these houses and make them much more elegant, much larger, it's just one more house that's taken out of the possibility for ever having a year-round person in it. And we talk about all the jobs we're creating. Those jobs are going to be filled by people who commute from off-Cape because they can't afford to live on the Cape either. They're dealing with the same issues. And they're going to be commuting here for part of the day to work to hold these jobs because they can't afford to live on Nantucket anymore, including kids who grew up here. If anyone saw Bob Bersanti's article in yesterday's Island talking about if you want to see Nantucket kids, just go down to the boats coming in the morning. They're coming in from wherever to work on the island they used to live on because they can't live here anymore. Vote no on 59. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I just want to mention, we're getting a lot of repetition now, so when you go to speak, please try to be brief, to the point, and hopefully bring new information. Yes, down here in the front.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Hillary Hedges, Rayport. Yeah, I have my own bingo card of comments and things I was going to say, and I'm just checking it off as everybody else is making such important points. So one of the things that I was very worried about when, I came into the school today for this town meeting was confusion. I received a postcard that told me that Judge Vay's decision had made it illegal to short-term rent your home. And I think we can all agree that that would be a horrible thing. And I hope it's been made painfully clear that that is not true. It is not illegal to short-term rent your home. And we heard that from town council also, that short-term rental contracts are not at risk this summer. So I think we can all breathe a sigh of relief. And I think we can start thinking about all of the things that we share, the objectives that we share, that we have in common, which is our love for this amazing island and this incredible community. We have a zoning board of appeals that people generally have quite a bit of confidence in, and they have been directed, in fact, they've been ordered to make a decision about accessory use, which is going to make a lot very clear, and that is going to happen in June. So, you know, it's also been said, there's all the arguments are out there. It's been said that this is a first step in a negotiation, but some people feel like unless this passes, they're going to be negotiating with a gun to their head. Well, I feel that if this passes, it's a gun to my head because I live in a residential neighborhood and I don't want it to become filled with commercial short-term rentals. I want to have neighbors. And so anybody who feels that way, your rights are just as important. So I do think that this very intelligent, very sincere conversation that we're having in this room is a first step. And the first step we need to do is walk away from Article 59, give it to the ZBA, come back in September with something that really works for everybody, is sophisticated, is nuanced. We can do it if we do it together. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, up here in the back.
Hello, my name is Lynn Zimmerman. I'm standing because I'm going to vote against Article 59, and I would like to echo what everybody that feels that way has said tonight. But the reason I stood up was that I was a bit confused on the planning board's recommendation. So the original article was to take no action, and now we've redone quite a bit of it. And I would just like to ask the planning board, that is still their recommendation, and I would like to ask somebody from the planning board to explain why they took that position.
The planning board's position is now the motion that's in front of us. They changed their recommendation from move to take no action to this particular motion. But if you want to hear from them about that.
And this article, what is their recommendation on this article?
Their recommendation is the motion that's on the screen right now, but I'll let Mr. Iverson, it's not drafted by the planning board, but the planning board met the other day and adopted this motion as their recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Just to be clear, we originally heard this article in a public hearing in February, and we gave it a positive recommendation. And then a few months later, I don't have the exact date, we pulled back that recommendation to take no action at the request of the proponent and the select board and Mr. Kopko trying to work out a deal. After that, the lawsuit came down. The deal kind of, I think, fell apart with Mr. Kopko and the proponent, and we were asked to review the article once again in a public hearing, and we changed that take no action back to a favorable recommendation.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, over, Ms. Molden?
No, I'm Kathy Ward.
Oh, I didn't see you there. Okay,
I know,
sorry.
it's a big microphone.
It is a big microphone. Go ahead, Ms. Ward.
Sorry. So you have either heard or will hear some...
Closer.
Yeah. Let's play like he's not here. Some sad stories tonight, but I have one, but it doesn't have to do with being able to afford to keep your family home. This has to do with someone who has no home. I'll call him Sam. I met him on the ferry last week coming back to Nantucket. He's been here for 16 years. He's a registered voter. He's polite, neat, and tidy, well-spoken, and he's in the construction business. Last year, his landlord was admitted to our island home. That's where he had been living, and the landlord lost his housing because he needed to pay the bills at the nursing home. The services were cut, the house was seized, and the house was deemed unlivable. And then he managed to find another place. But that got turned into an STR. He now lives in the attic of a house he's working on with the permission of the owner. He was brought onto the job because some off-island carpenters did a poor job, pulled no permits, did shoddy work. So now some Nantucket guys are working on this property. He goes to Hyannis on the weekends because he can rent a hotel room for $150 for 2 nights. He gets a shower, a hot meal that he can order in. He has a safe place to put his head. Then he comes back to his job on Nantucket on Monday. Then he finishes his job, and then he goes back to Hyannis. Once this job that he's working on, where he's living in the attic, finishes, he'll go to an encampment in the woods that we all know exist. He will live with 100 other workmen who work here during the week and go home over the weekend after working here, sleeping in the woods. Our housing crisis is real. The STRs are exacerbating it. Jobs on Nantucket are not at risk. All the people who come over from the Cape to work, own, and service the STRs take their money off island. We cannot tolerate a zoning code that puts the exploitation of existing and new homes as STRs on steroids. We have to defeat Article 59. I urge you to please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. John Penrose. I would like to believe that most Nantucketers don't want to hurt the financial viability of existing Nantucket families or businesses. I would also like to believe that the majority of Nantucketers would like to slow or stop the churning of residential neighborhoods into commercial ventures. Therefore, it makes sense to vote no on 59, but develop a solution for the fall town meeting that includes a carefully crafted grandfather provision. This is compromise. That is what's called for. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Forbes?
Leslie Forbes. I want to begin by saying I like short-term rentals. I'm for short-term rentals, but I'm for them with regulations. I watched the planning board meeting yesterday where they reconsidered their take no action motion and took a take no action motion. The sponsor, like he did tonight, gave extensive legal reasoning as to why 59 makes sense. 2 questions I have. One is he has substituted the word principal for primary and the word auxiliary for accessory. I understand that those first words are the ones that are A in our zoning code and B that Judge Vey used. So I don't know why we're adding more confusion by changing those 2 words, and I'd like to ask for them to be changed back, which Mr. Cohen seemed to think was okay. However, at that planning board meeting, the vote was 3-1. At the meeting, the planning board chair, Mr. Iverson, actually voted no. Do not change the motion to take no action. Leave it as, do not keep it as take no action. Paraphrasing him, and I couldn't get to the video, it didn't exist yet, but I was taking notes. It's one thing to pass Article 59. It's another to get done the hard work that needs doing, gaining consensus on the regulations. I share his concern, and I have his concern that we, the voters, can't close on that chasm right now solely through a zoning change. Sure, we can all agree on the health and safety regulations that are in 60. We can all agree on banning corporate ownership, but the tough things still lie ahead of us. How many can you own? How many times a year can you rent? How long do rentals have to be? Those are the hard things that have to be hammered out. So I do not want 59 to pass either with 60 or without 60 because we need the hard regulations to go with it before we open the doors. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, no, I'm not going to just take a random yell. Go ahead, Ms. Malden. And then, but before you go, let me ask Mr. Cohen, or maybe I should ask the planning board. I'm not sure. I guess the planning board, since it's your motion, maybe town council, there anything you want to do about this primary, principal, ancillary, auxiliary question? Is it necessary? I mean, they all seem to be the same to me, but.
Gotcha. I would take town council's advice on that.
Okay. Mr. Giorgio, do you have any thoughts?
Madam Moderator, my recommendation would be that you use the terms that are defined in the zoning bylaw and not introduce different terms in this amendment. So that would be, I believe, primary and accessory.
Okay, so planning board, can I have your consent to change principal to primary and ancillary to, no, ancillary is what's used in.
No,
to accessory.
Accessory. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Moderator.
Okay, thank you very much. And while we do this, I will go back to you, Ms. Malden.
Thank you very much. Emily Molden speaking for the Nantucket Land and Water Council. We are strongly opposed to Article 59. Our concerns and this opposition centers around the continued conversion of properties being used solely as SDRs. While there are a variety of interests involved in this discussion on SDR policy, our focus is through the lens of our mission to help preserve our island's environmental resources. All growth and development has environmental implications. However, it is clear that the SDR industry in recent years has been driving a much more intensive development and redevelopment of properties in a way that maxes out lots by maximizing the number of bedrooms, the number of structures and type of amenities, the landscaping, the hardscaping, all designed to deliver the highest rate of return as a rental. And if your job is to make money, that's exactly what you would do. But we cannot continue to pretend that it is without a cost. This type of development brings greater impacts to our island resources, including our waters. It results in decreased habitat and open space in neighborhoods. It impacts and draws on more environmental services, including energy, solid waste management, and other shared infrastructure. The Land and Water Council is not opposed to all STRs. We support the need for balanced regulation that's consistent with Nantucket's local tradition of residents renting their homes, but we are strongly opposed to Article 59. It eliminates our ability to effectively regulate STRs as a use going forward. There is a direct connection between the land use rights that Article 59 will permanently vest in existing and future STRs and the potential for significantly more degradation to the health of our environment, which is intrinsically connected to the health of our island community. Yes, the island needs good STR policy, but this is not it. Please vote no on Article 59.
Thank you. Mr. Iverson?
I, David Iverson, am speaking as a citizen, not as a member of any board. I'd like to thank Mrs. Forbes for accurately describing my vote yesterday, but I am going to throw her a little curveball here. I am pro-59 and pro-regulation. These two ideas are not mutually exclusive. I don't want to hear any more about houses next door that have 50 people in it, or the beer cans left in the mailbox. Nor do I want to hear about the person who has an STR that helped him support his family. Not because these things aren't real or important, because the real debate should be about how we regulate a business that has both positive and negative effects on all of us. In the end, we regulate property. In the end, we regulate properly. The house with 50 people will not exist, and the person who uses the STR to support his family will have that opportunity. This debate should be about the merits of regulating through zoning bylaws or by general bylaws, or both. It's time for us as a community to do away with this inflammatory rhetoric and truly understand the pluses and negatives of both methods of regulation. It is my opinion, when we as a community can put the rhetoric aside and have a logical discussion about the most effective way to regulate this business, we will all be winners.
Thank you.
Madam Moderator, Ryan Gagnon, Hooper Farm Road. Can I call for a vote?
Call the question?
Yes.
Okay.
Call for question.
All right, so this motion to call the question requires a 2/3 vote. It's not debatable. We go immediately to a vote on the motion on Article 59, which is the motion that I read in at the beginning with the friendly amendment to change ancillary to accessory and principal to primary. So a yes vote will adopt the motion to move the question, and we'll go immediately then to a vote on Article 59. A no vote will defeat the motion to move the question, and we'll continue going around and hearing what people have to say. Does anyone have any questions about the motion to move the question? Okay. So a yes vote will adopt the motion. A no vote will defeat the motion. It's 1 for yes, 2 for no. Voting is now open. Are they asking what the question is? Okay, so what you're voting on right now is just the motion to move the question. A yes vote will end debate, and then we'll go to a vote on the motion on Article 59. A no vote will defeat the motion to move the question, and we'll go back to discussing Article 59. And it is 1 for yes and 2 for no. So yes ends debate, and we go right to a vote on 59. No allows debate to continue, and we'll continue to discuss it until we eventually vote on Article 59. Voting is now closed. Yes?
40 people at the 2 doors of the gym that are not in their gym, and their clickers are not registering right now. There's like a log jam at the 2 doors. There's not enough space, so people can't get their votes in.
Okay.
You have to be in the gym for it to work, and there's no room.
Okay. I'm going to send help. And then I would suggest that if you're voting, don't go anywhere. Do make sure that you're in the right room. You know, we've kind of gone over this. You probably could do it just as well as I can. Green, blue, orange in the main auditorium. Black and white in the gym, but evidently in the gym means physically in the gym, not in the hallway. That probably is the same thing for this room. Yeah. Yeah, they probably had to run back because they were here to use the mic, and so it's a little growing pains here. So now I'm going to find out if we have to re-vote or what has to happen. What has to happen? Okay, so it's all good. All the votes have been counted. On the motion to move the question, which is the motion that ends debate, yes, 1,328. No, 142. And clear is 2, which is no vote. So that motion is adopted by a declared 2/3 vote, by a counted 2/3 vote. Okay, so now, don't go anywhere, because now what we're going to do is we're going to vote on the main motion on Article 59. So now, a yes vote will adopt the motion, and the motion is what I read into the record that we've been showing on the screen with the friendly amendment to change principal to primary and ancillary to accessory. And we're just going to take a minute. We're not going to vote right away. But does anybody have any questions about what we're voting on? So when we do vote, I'm just giving them time to get everything reset. Yes. Not cleared. Okay. Yeah, that's what they're working on, I think. Yeah, they're resetting, so. Yeah.
1470, 1470. Wow.
So while we're waiting, there was a little song I wanted to sing for you all. But I'm not going to do that. I know, another time maybe. But I do want to remind you, if you put up signs on articles that are dealt with at tonight's meeting, everyone, and I do mean everyone, would appreciate it if you would remove them as quickly as possible after the vote. Now, don't clap. I know one group already has organized teams of people to go out and take up their signs, so I hope everyone does that, because obviously leave the signs that relate to the election, leave any signs that deal with articles that we haven't acted on, but once we get through with 59 and 60, those signs can hopefully be appropriately recycled. Yes? Yes. Mr. Saperstein.
This has nothing to do with the vote,
Okay, good.
but everything to do with the language we use. Could we substitute legacy for grandfather? Because grandfather is a result of an awful, egregious voting suppression motion made during the period of Jim Crow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saperstein. I know. We just can't vote yet. Okay, we ready? Okay. Everybody should be reset. We should be ready to go. So just to remind you, since we had a little interlude there, a yes vote will adopt the main motion on Article 59, which is the motion that I read into the record with the friendly change from whatever, ancillary to whatever that A word is, I can't quite get it, from ancillary to accessory and from principal to primary. A yes vote will adopt that motion. A no vote will defeat the motion. It does require a 2/3 vote. Voting is now open, 1 for yes, 2 for no. Do you have the 2/3 counter? Okay, on the motion, yes, 713, no, 782. The motion is not adopted. Okay. Article 60. Article 60, the motion, it's really rather long. The motion starts on page 85. It is a positive motion. I will ask for your unanimous consent to waive the reading of that motion, given its length. And I will recognize Ms. Curnow, Chair of the Finance Committee, for the purpose of making the Finance Committee's motion. Is there a second? Motion is made and seconded. Okay. Do you want to introduce it, Mr. Cohen, and then we'll go to Mr. Peel?
Yeah, I think I can be brief too.
Okay.
So, like I told you last time, zoning creates the use. Chapter 123 is where the regulation should be, and this proposed regulation would essentially do three things. It would prohibit short-term rentals in properties owned by corporations, and there's an exception to that I'll come back to. It would prohibit them in properties that are affordable housing restricted, and it would prohibit them in timeshares. Okay, the exception is it says that if you have an LLC or a company that is owned by natural persons, human beings, underlying, then that's exempt. So in other words, if you have people who want to use a business entity for liability protection, they still can. But if you have a business that is not just a couple of people, then that wouldn't be able to qualify for that exemption. If you had a bit large, commercial vacation company, they wouldn't be able to qualify for that exemption. So it doesn't solve all the regulation needed for short-term rentals, but it does solve one of the key issues, which is trying to prohibit short-term rentals where there's a consensus, I think, that everybody agrees they shouldn't be. So I would ask you to adopt these regulations to limit who, and again, this doesn't limit zoning. This is a regulation of who can receive a short-term rental certificate from the Board of Health. And so I'd ask all the people who have said tonight, what I want to see is good regulation, to see this as the first step, and hopefully we cannot spend very long on it, and I'll agree that those are all things that we should adopt. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peel? I'm going to go to Mr. Peel, and then I'll come to you, Ms. Moore.
Thank you. I got a feeling that Brooke and I probably have the same kind of question going on. I wanted to get some clarification from Town Council before I commented on this. And how this is affected with 59 not passing.
Go ahead, Mr. Giorgio, or whichever. Okay.
Moderator, so Article 59 and Article 60 are not coupled in any way. You may remember back in November there was a coupling of the zoning article and the general bylaw. That's not the case here. So even though Article 59 did not pass, you can still enact the general bylaw with these regulations. And I would also like to point out that on April 22nd of this year, the Attorney General approved a substantially similar bylaw in the town of Provincetown with those same three restrictions.
Thank you. Did you have more, Mr. Peel, or did you want me to go to Ms. Moore?
You can go to Ms. Moore first.
Okay.
I just want to add a little additional clarity that Article 60 does allow a legacy protection for those corporations that currently own and operate short-term rentals. So in other words, those that exist would continue to exist, but on transfer of the property, a new corporation could not acquire that property. So that's how, I wanted to make sure that everybody's clear that that exists in the proposed bylaw.
Thank you. Mr. Peel?
Thank you. I am definitely against this, and thank you for the clarification from Town Council. I think if you read through the through the actual article. It is filled with loopholes and backdoors for corporations or investors or whatever. I believe, unfortunately, it's a flawed article, and I would encourage everybody to vote no on this. And then let's go into the fall. We are already going into the fall for a special town meeting. Let's incorporate something with some useful language into a decent article. Thank you.
Okay, before we go on, I just want to tell you what that little exchange was about, because it's kind of a situation. Apparently, people in the gym thought when they were voting on a language change and didn't understand they were voting on the main motion. You know, I just am not even going to tell you if you're not going to let me talk. It's very upsetting. So, unfortunately, if you wanted to make a motion to reconsider, you would have had to make it before I went on to start talking about Article 60. And that's why I always take such a big break and hem and haw and do a few things just to make sure that there's no motion to reconsider, and there wasn't. So unfortunately, I don't know that the vote swing would have been enough to change it, but I can't allow at this point a motion to reconsider. So the vote on Article 59 is going to stand, and my car is parked out there. Feel free to pelt it with tomatoes. Yes, go ahead. Yes.
Must protest. I know a number of staunch supporters of Article 59 voted no on it. There was some very major confusion, not just in the gym, but I think also in the auditorium, and this is a massive piece of legislation for this island. I understand that you cannot now go back for a revote, but I must protest and implore that we revote Article 59. There was major confusion.
Okay.
My name is Boone Gross, by the way.
Okay. I understand where you're coming from, and I totally appreciate your sentiment. If someone had gotten up and asked for a motion to reconsider at the time, then we could have done that. We could have taken a vote to reconsider. Of course I did.
No, there was not made clarification that there was errors in the gym, and I'm fairly confident that there is massive error.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, I can only go by the rules, and those are the rules. So I feel really bad. I feel really badly about it, and
this is a landmark piece of legislation.
Well, here's what I'm going to tell you. Even if I took a motion to reconsider, that requires a 2/3 vote.
Can we go to a vote?
No. I really can't. I really can't. Hold on.
I'm happy to. Yeah. Let's just give her a second to see what she's doing here. Really?
Okay, so we're not going to reconsider, and I'll tell you why. Because Chapter 44 of the Town Code is the section of the Town Code that deals with reconsideration. And Section 1 of Chapter 44 reads, as when it's reprinted at the end of this Nantucket Town Meeting Traditions and Procedures, but it's also in the Town Code. Chapter 44, Section 1. Reconsideration of final vote. No final vote shall be reconsidered unless the person moving the same shall have made a declaration of his intention to do so at the time of its adoption and shall have been one of the majority acting thereon. And no article of any warrant shall again be taken into consideration after it has been disposed of unless ordered by a 2/3 vote. So that's a bylaw, and even if I wanted to, I don't have the ability to suspend the bylaw.
What of the 2/3 vote, though? Can we not take a 2/3 vote to reconsider?
No.
I recall at the beginning that
No.
you said that we could.
No, you can only take a vote to reconsider if you declare your intention to do so at the time. That would have had to be at the time of the defeat of Article 59. If someone between Article 59 and Article 60 had gotten up and said, I was confused, I voted the wrong way, I want to make a motion to reconsider, then I would have entertained that, we would have taken a vote, it would have taken a 2/3 vote, and then we could have gone back to vote on Article 59. But because nobody made a motion to reconsider between the defeat of Article 59 and the main motion being made under Article 60, I can't.
I don't think that bylaw was made very clear.
Well, it's in the town code, so.
Agree.
I'm sorry about that. So we're going to go back to Article
Madam Moderator?
60.
Madam Moderator, point of information, please.
Haziel?
Thank you so much. Haziel Jackson, I was in the gym, and I'd like to make 2 points in support of the moderator's decision. Number 2, many people have left the meeting in the gym, and some here, so it would be morally and legally irresponsible to revote. Number 1 is that anyone who was in the gym did hear what was said if they were paying attention. Anyone who was chit-chatting, and there were some people near me who were bothering me trying to listen, and they already left the room, they were not listening, perhaps. I'm sorry for them. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Okay. So, no, don't do that, although I do appreciate that, Mr. Jackson. So, I think we've kind of, yeah.
Madam Moderator, you do a Herculean job at this. You are an amazing moderator. I've been coming to town meeting for many years.
Let's just move
Okay?
on.
That being said,
I'm not feeling so super right now.
That being said, town meeting was set up when there was 400 of us in here. There was 1,400 people here in 3 different rooms trying to figure out what we were voting on. I know people that are staunch proponents that voted no because we thought we were voting grandfather versus legacy.
Okay.
Yes, ask people.
You know,
So hold on. Can I just say going forward that we need to figure out whether you're for or against anything, how we are going to legislate and govern this town. We can't have people in other rooms. Like we can't have people in 3rd other rooms. People are stacked up on the bleachers. It's standing room only in there. This is very nice and cozy in there. During your time, have you ever gone and spoke to that room directly? It makes a huge difference. It's very hard to be remote, and as you know, during COVID, remote learning was awful. Remote voting is also awful, and it's not a true representation of what it is. A lot of people voted, I think 700 to 700, whether we're removing legacy for grandfather, okay? And I know we can't go back on it, and I just want to tell you that this system is completely broken.
Okay, so we're really off track. We're going to go back to 60 because that's what we're going to talk about. I'm very sorry about 59, and there's nothing I can do about it. So back to 60.
Madam Moderator?
Yes?
Could I just make an announcement?
Please. As long as it doesn't have my name in it.
It doesn't. I know this doesn't quite soften anyone who's concerned about how this transpired, but we do have it on our agenda next week at the select board meeting on the 15th that we are going to call a special town meeting for September 17th. And I would say probably everyone is going to nod that we are going to do that up here. So there is a sort of a light at the end of the tunnel when we can discuss this again and come up with some alternatives. Thank you.
Okay, so put September 17th on your dance card. And let's go on to 60. I've kind of lost track. I know we have the motion is on the floor. We're discussing it, and I'll go to you, Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Bruce Miller. I just want to say, especially now, given what we just experienced, I think we really have to be careful in how we treat these next several articles. Brooke Moore just clarified, and I want to make sure everybody heard this, that in language Article 60 creates a legacy situation or grandfathering for all of the existing commercial short-term rentals. Given what we just did with 59, I don't think any of us want to do that. I think it deserves to be reconsidered in September as part of a big package, and I'm going to say the same thing about Article 61 and 62. Somebody should, I don't think I can do it at this point, somebody should make a motion to table all three so we don't have to spend endless hours doing something we already know we don't want to do. Thank you.
Well, since you mentioned that, Mr. Miller, let me ask Mr. Peel a question. We're talking about 60 now. You also called 61 and 62. Those articles have motions to take no action. Are you proposing positive motions on 61 and 62?
No, no, I'm not. So.
Okay, so know this, that when we finish with 60, unless somebody wants to come up with a motion that's other than move to take no action on 61 and 62, that's what we're going to vote. Thank you. Okay, so back to 60. Melissa Murphy, I believe you have an amendment to 60?
Yes, Madam Moderator. I would like to
Okay.
propose an amendment. I kept darting back and forth from the microphone
I saw that
to see if we
darting.
would ever get here. So there are provisions that allow in this bylaw for those corporate entities that are currently owners of short-term rentals to be able to demonstrate their history of their rentals by demonstrating that they've participated by paying the short-term rental tax. I am a owner of a business which operates as a managing agent for timeshare and time interval ownership dwelling units. And we cannot obtain certificates. We can obtain certificates of registration. Our owners who choose to rent absolutely can do that. But they are exempt from the short-term rental tax. So we can't prove historically that they've been able to rent. So my amendment allows for these units, if you could just scroll up maybe a little bit more to more of the yellow.
Yeah.
Sorry, more of
No,
the
other
yellow,
way.
less of the gray. Thank you.
So where we are, just to let everyone know, we're in section J on page 83.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And Melissa's proposed amendment is to add the language that's highlighted in yellow. And
That's right.
let me just say so moved for a second. So moved?
So moved.
Is there a second? That motion's made and seconded. Now go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. So this language would allow these particular owners who may own their timeshare units in an LLC to provide an alternative proof of rental so that they can continue to rent their properties. I think that when this was discussed, it's such a small fraction of ownership and use on Nantucket that this was simply just not considered. So I would ask town meeting to amend this article with this language.
Thank you. Okay, on Ms. Murphy's amendment, is there anyone who wishes to be heard? Okay, so I think we can go to a vote on the amendment. So I'm going to try to be super clear. This amendment requires a majority vote. A yes vote will adopt Ms. Murphy's amendment and will add the language that's shown in yellow to the main motion that's currently on the floor. A no vote will defeat Ms. Murphy's amendment and we'll go back to discussing the main motion prior to her amendment. Does anyone have any question about what we're voting on? Okay. So 1 for yes, 2 for no. A yes vote adopts Ms. Murphy's amendment. A no vote defeats that amendment. Voting is open. Voting is now closed. On the amendment only, yes, 627, no, 535. That amendment is adopted. Okay, so now we're discussing the motion on Article 60 as amended by Ms. Murphy. Ms. Molden.
Thanks. Thank you. Emily Molden for the Nantucket Land and Water Council. Okay, how's that? There we go. So I wanted to agree with some of Mr. Peel's original comments. We also believe that the attempt in this article to limit new corporate ownership has a number of workarounds as far as opportunities for registering STRs in different forms and as different operator classes. But the concern that I really wanted to raise is an element that was added to this article in the FinCom motion that wasn't actually in the Select Board's original article, and that is 123.1 under purpose and intent there, number 3, where the language that was changed says continue to permit the operation of short-term rentals. I think that since the board decision has come out that this really is contrary to what our laws on Nantucket allow, and I apologize for not giving you notice, Madam Moderator, but I would actually propose a simple amendment to just strike number 3 from this article to remove that language, which I think is contrary to our existing regulations.
So you want to strike all of 3? That?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so just for the future, if you're going to propose an amendment, it's neat to do it like at the beginning of your talking.
Okay.
So Ms. Molden is making an amendment to eliminate Section 3, which reads, continue to permit the operation of short-term rentals by natural persons in order to protect the time-honored tradition of home rentals in Nantucket. Is there a second? Okay, that motion is made and seconded. Do you have any further comment on that? No.
No, Madam.
Okay, so now we're talking about Ms. Molden's amendment. Does anyone have anything to say about that? On the amendment? Okay, Ms. Crono.
I completely disagree. The idea behind that comment, so number one, there were 3 short-term rental regulation articles proposed, one by Mr. Kopko, one by Mr. Cohen, and one by the Select Board. In order to reach a compromise, and let's all remind everybody that compromise means that not everybody is happy completely, is that we came up with there were more conditions in some of them, less conditions in others, and we felt this was important because what it's talking about is it's saying by natural persons. So if you take that out, you're basically, and short-term rentals are allowed on Nantucket. Article 59 being failing does not mean you still can't rent short-term. We heard that discussion before. So I completely disagree with this amendment, and I would ask everyone to defeat it.
Thank you. On the amendment. Ms. Murphy?
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. Through you, I'm not quite clear on why Ms. Molden wants to remove this particular language. Perhaps she could have a minute to explain exactly why that is a recommendation.
Sure.
Sure. Primarily it is because it implies and asks town meeting to acknowledge that short-term rentals are currently permitted, and it doesn't specify whether that's by accessory or primary use. So we're concerned that it is contrary to what's actually currently allowed. That was the reason for the proposed amendment.
Okay, thank you.
If I might follow up.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So some of you may know that I was the former Director of Culture and Tourism for the town. And briefly, without contesting a man I admire greatly, Mr. Philbrick, short-term rentals are a history and time-honored tradition of Nantucket, and in fact, were something many in the community sought to do and to turn Nantucket into a tourist attraction to come out of a very deep economic recession that had lasted for more than 60 to 70 years after the whaling industry ended. So I would agree with Ms. Cronell that there's no reason to remove this language, that it allows, we do have rental rights still, as was explained earlier, and I think that we do have the shared vision to protect this tradition of rentals on Nantucket. So I would ask you to vote no on this amendment.
Thank you. Okay, on the amendment, I think we're ready for a vote. Oh, sorry, Mr. Giorgio, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. At the risk of prolonging this town meeting, I just wanted to point out two things. One is this language, albeit in a slightly different form, was in the proposal that the selectmen made initially. And we all don't know this, but it's very important when you're legislating in a bylaw that you include findings about why you're doing what you're doing. And I mentioned earlier that when the Attorney General approved this virtually identical bylaw in Provincetown, she noted that the town had articulated a number of reasons that formed a rational basis for the regulation itself. So I always recommend robust findings when you're regulating it through a bylaw for the first time, a particular activity. And also, I would point out that in the body of case law that's developing over short-term rentals in Massachusetts, the Supreme Judicial Court expressly stated that what the traditions that exist in a particular community, and I would say that's the time-honored tradition of home rentals on Nantucket, that's an important finding which can justify a different kind of regulation than what you might see in some other community where there isn't that tradition. So from a legal perspective, I would actually recommend that you not adopt this amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Kopko, on the amendment?
Yes, on the amendment, Madam Moderator, the Celtics are up by 10 just into the third quarter.
Excellent, thank you.
You're welcome. I would like to see this language kept in the article, and because it's interesting when we met and kind of came and cooked up this one article that the three of us who had proposed articles could come up with. This was one of the really foundational things that we all agreed on, that we need to protect the traditional practice by year-round residents and seasonal homeowners of renting their properties. And so I think it's really important that we state up front in this regulation, which is this is a framework baseline regulation bylaw that will be amended and will be developed over time. But I think it's really important to keep the language right in front about what we're trying to do here, among other things, which is to regulate this industry as well as we can, is also to be able to continue to do this. And so even though I'm just speaking on the amendment, I would urge you all to adopt this. It does, the actual article, because it does provide a framework and a baseline, and let's stop kicking the can down the road.
Thank you. Mr. Cohen, on the amendment?
On the amendment, Michael and I basically disagree on almost everything on short-term rentals, except for what's being stricken here, which is that the tradition is that rentals by natural persons are what we want to encourage, which is why this bylaw is to discourage rentals by corporations. So the whole, if you undercut that purpose, I don't see how we're helping. What I think most people want is to not have corporate ownership of corporate certificates of registration for short-term rentals. So I would encourage you to defeat this amendment and to adopt the article. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Moulton, on your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Would it be appropriate for me, through you, to ask a question of Town Council, which maybe I should have started with?
Okay.
In the original Select Board article, under the Purpose and Intent section, number 2 has different language but similar. And I guess my question would be why that language was changed to this, because if it's possible to scroll up to that original article.
Oh, I don't think we have the original article on this.
Oh, okay. Well, it basically says, protect the time-honored tradition of home rentals in Nantucket and preserve economic opportunities through short-term rentals for persons to keep their homes now and into the future so they may afford to live either full-time or part-time in Nantucket. So I guess I'm just interested in why the language was changed to what we see on the screen, and if there's an explanation of that, then maybe it's possible for me to withdraw my proposed amendment.
Madam Moderator, so Article 60 was, as you may know, proposed by the Select Board, and 61 and 62 were somewhat competing articles proposed by Mr. Cohen and Mr. Kopko, and the Select Board asked Select Board member Brooke Moore to meet with them and to have me present to try to come to an agreement, a consensus on a single article, so we wouldn't be in front of town meeting with competing articles. And so during the process of those discussions, and I don't quite remember, I think it was Mr. Cohen, but it doesn't really matter. We all came to an agreement on some compromise language, which is what you see, what you see in the motion. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. On the amendment. Okay, so we're voting just on Ms. Molden's amendment. Her proposed amendment would strike 123.1 subsection 3, which appears on page 85. It's shown as stricken on the screen. You're just voting on whether or not to strike that language. A yes vote will adopt the amendment and strike the language. A no vote will defeat the amendment, and we'll go back to voting on the main motion as amended by Ms. Murphy. Does anyone have a question? Yes? 1 is yes, 2 is no. So yes adopts Ms. Molden's amendment and strikes that language. No defeats Ms. Molden's amendment, and we keep the language. So 1 for yes, 2 for no. Voting is now open. Yes, okay. We don't need to be. We need to be kind to those in the gym. I understand they're not happy, and I'm not happy when they're not happy. What we're voting on right now is Ms. Molden's amendment, which would strike subsection 3 on page 85. The language continue to permit the operation of short-term rentals by natural persons in order to protect the time-honored tradition of home rentals in Nantucket. A yes vote would strike that language. A no vote will keep the language in. Voting is now closed. Okay, on Ms. Molden's amendment, yes, 238, no, 939. That amendment is not adopted. Now we're going back to Article 60 as moved by the Finance Committee, as printed in the warrant, with the amendment that we previously voted by Ms. Murphy in Section J, and I just want to be clear, Section J on page 89 is the section that's within the motion. It's a long motion, so it starts on page 85. Mr. Miller?
Madam Moderator, thank you. I apologize, but I'd like to propose an amendment. The good news is it's very straightforward. I'd like to delete Section K.
Section K. Let's see if I can find it. Should be right after J. There it is on page 89. Any person or other legal entity, including corporations, LLCs, trusts, and S corporations which paid the room's excise tax in a short-term rental dwelling unit in any calendar quarter prior to January 1, 2024, and which owned the property prior to May 7, 2024, shall be exempt from the requirements of sections H, I, and J of this chapter until the dwelling unit is transferred or conveyed, or the rental certificate is not renewed or is revoked by the Board of Health. If a property is bequeathed to a person or other beneficiary through a will, trust, or other instrument, the new owner may continue to engage in short-term rental activities in accordance with this section. And your motion, Mr. Miller, is to strike K.
Yes.
Is there a second? Motion is made and seconded. Mr. Miller, on your amendment.
I hope this speaks for itself. I mean, we just had a huge fight about the need to regulate commercial short-term rentals. If we leave this in, we're going to allow all of the existing short-term rentals to continue in perpetuity. So I think we should take this out and incorporate some sensible regulation of commercial rentals when we reconvene in the fall. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm taking a quick second to confer with Town Council.
Yeah, because last time I looked, it was 2,900.
Mr. Miller, unfortunately, I'm going to have to rule your amendment out of order because it's not within the scope of the article. It's making the article more restrictive. and
Point of order,
therefore-
Madam Moderator.
Yes?
I was advised by town council that due to the fact that I had put Article 62 on the warrant, which
Right.
which would
It's the
not
old Article
allow
62 issue, isn't it?
which would not allow legacy
Okay, you're correct.
corporate ownership.
You're correct.
So this motion is actually
It
in
is,
order,
it is
right?
in order. You're correct.
Okay,
All right,
thank
I
you.
forgot about that. Thank you for bringing that to my attention, Mr. Kopko. That's
welcome.
absolutely correct.
And can I speak to the amendment also?
Yes,
Just
speak to it, and then I'm going to go to your
briefly.
pal, Mr. Sanders.
Briefly, okay. We'll just tag team you here a little bit. My understanding is that what this would do, this would really only affect the corporate ownership side of things, because all of the other, the LLC trusts, S corps, et cetera, are already all allowed under the bylaw. So the only ownership that requires exemption is the corporate ownership, and this would eliminate, that would effectively eliminate, I'm not going to use the G word, but creating pre-existing nonconformity for corporate-owned STRs, if that helps to clarify the situation.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Sanders?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Grant Sanders. I am speaking also in favor of Mr. Miller's amendment. I understand that this was taken out of Mr. Kopko's article because of the worry that there would be lawsuits by corporate homeowners on the island against the town. And my response to that is some things are worth fighting for. Thank you.
I think that's the Edie Ray playbook. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Barnes.
I'm the LLC guy. I want to oppose this change because in our situation, for us and our family, we've been coming here for over 50 years. We bought here in 2002. We hope to leave this to our children, and I do not want a camel's nose under the tent for Mr. Miller to start infringing on our rights. And if there are workarounds to this, they will come to light, and we can deal with those at future town meetings and through town government.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Cohen?
Yeah, so Madam Moderator, through you, I'm a little confused here because when I read this, it appears to strike the legacy provision for everybody, not just corporations. And is that, because if you look at it, that's the plain language of it, but you actually have to read it in terms of the whole thing to understand that. So I guess the question, should we just be striking the word corporations from K? Is that the intent, or is it to strike the whole thing? Because to me, the edit appears to be far overreaching, but it's too technical to tell from what's on the screen. So that's a question to town council.
Okay, I'm going to let him think about that for a second. Because you're right, it is doing away with the property being bequeathed by somebody to an heir.
Yeah, people who use trusts or LLCs, it seems to be drawing a much farther net than Mr. Miller suggested he intended.
Mr. Giorgio?
Yes, Madam Moderator, I think that's correct. It is a deleting Section K would do a lot more than just take away the legacy provision for corporations. So, and I don't know if that was Mr. Miller's intent or not.
So I don't agree with Mr. Miller's amendment, but I would suggest maybe he might want to consider narrowing it.
Okay. Mr. Miller?
I would be happy if it just was the corporations that were excluded.
Okay. So we're changing your amendment, and let me make sure I get this right. any person or other legal entity, including, and we're going to strike corporations
Yes.
and S corporations, I assume.
Yes.
No?
Yes.
Oh,
No.
no, everyone's saying
Okay,
no.
all right, I'll be friendly, no.
All right, so just corporations.
I don't think that works.
Mr. Giorgio? I know. And including? Okay. All right, how about this? Do you have your typing fingers on, Mary? Okay. Any person or other legal entity except corporations, but including LLCs, trusts, and S corporations, yada, 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 yada. Put corporation, unstrike out corporations. There you go. And then put a space after but. Okay. Is that it? Okay, is that all right, Mr. Miller?
It is, but I just wanted to clarify one thing. Can we assume that the mention of S corps would be covered by the earlier language that says S corps where all members are real people?
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, on Mr. Miller's amendment, I think we can go to a vote on this. Mr. Miller's amendment is now proposing to change the language of K to read any person or other legal entity except corporations, but including LLCs, trusts, and S corporations, which paid the room's excise tax, etc. If you vote yes, you will adopt Mr. Miller's motion to amend. If you vote no, you'll defeat that motion, and we'll go back to discussing Article 60 as amended by Ms. Murphy. A yes vote, 1 is yes, 2 is no. Voting is now open.
Revisit my. There's 3 up. So Peter McEachern, so Joe. Up. And he just spelled Peter McEachern.
On Mr. Miller's amendment, yes, 931, no, 206. That amendment is adopted. Is there anyone else whose name begins with M who would like to propose an amendment? Is there anyone else? Okay, so now what we're discussing is Article 60 as amended by both Ms. Murphy and Mr. Miller. Ms. Murphy's amendment is in section J on page 89. Mr. Miller's amendment is in section K, also on page 89. We're now voting on the main motion as amended by Mr. Miller and Ms. Murphy. A yes vote will adopt the motion as amended by Murphy and Miller. A no vote will defeat that motion, and we'll go on to the next article.
Madam Moderator,
Yes?
are we still discussing the 60? Or you just
I
going
thought
to
we
a
were
vote?
just going to go for a vote, but
No, I just
did
had
you
a-
want to say something?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I keep hearing about time-honored Nantucket customs, but is it a time-honored Nantucket custom for one person to own and rent out 20 houses? Why isn't there a limit here in 60 about the number of homes that anybody can rent out?
Ms. Moore?
We tried that in November. Honestly, the details of further restriction on the rentals is complex, as you all know from what happened in November. And so what the board did this time around was try to go after the piece that we felt the community was generally in agreement on, which is limiting the idea that a corporate entity would come in and acquire and own and manage multiple rental properties on Nantucket. And there seemed to be consensus across the spectrum. So I've said this a number of times, that this feels like the thing that most of us agree on, and that's what you're voting on today. That is not to say there will not, that's the whole purpose of calling a town meeting in September, is that we believe there is more to be done. And the confusion of, honestly, of the legality of how we do that, it is really complex. And we're hoping between now and September that there will be further robust conversation and the opportunity to build some consensus toward the middle. But this was really planned as just a starting point with the part of the market that most people felt needed constraining. And so that's what you're voting on now.
So you're saying that in September, whatever's voted on here in 60 can be changed without any problem?
It can be added to it, is what I would say. Or removed, I suppose, but it could be enhanced or added to.
Because I think most people here would agree that it's not a time-honored custom for one person to own more than 2-3 homes and rent them out.
Thank you. I think we can probably go to a vote. Oh, did you want to speak?
Just briefly, I think I'm a little bit confused. So my name is Ann Bryn. And so I'm looking at this, and I know that we're trying to deal with the corporate issue, but it seems to me that this is very permissive for LLCs, trusts, and other entities that kind of function in a very similar way. So it seems like for an LLC, you could have a 10-member LLC, none of whom has any relationship to Nantucket. They pull their money in, they come in, they buy up a bunch of stuff. I don't read this to restrict that at all. Am I reading it properly?
Ms. Moore?
I would say you're reading it properly, and the reason for that is there are a lot of families who own their properties in LLCs, and distinguishing them from each other is another one of these complex things that's a next level of understanding. So this was really very, very narrowly focused to corporations that do not tie to natural persons, because we didn't want to harm generational Nantucket families who have their properties in LLCs for insurance protection reasons and so forth, whether or not they short-term rent now or plan to in the future. So again, baby steps, first step. Okay?
Got it. Thank you.
Sure thing.
Mr. Fee?
Could you hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, this was a select board article. I was not in favor because of the loopholes, because of the questions that the lady just proposed. If it was just people doing it now, that would be great. Except I think that it's leaving it open. I think this is details that have to be sorted out for a special town meeting in the fall. I believe that would be, I think there's a mandate from this group to come with one article that's truly in the middle, and I think this is premature. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peel?
Yeah, I just want to get some excuse me, can't talk. Clarification on how the ZBA's ruling or decision could either be affected by this, or if this is even going to be able to be a legal use or anything with the ZBA's accessory use decision if they choose to uphold the judge's decision.
Mr. Giorgio?
So, Madam Moderator, I would encourage the previous speaker and all of you to think of short-term rental in two aspects. One is regulating the use. And as we all know, you regulate use in a zoning bylaw. And that's what Article 59 was intended to do. The general bylaw does not regulate the use. It regulates the operation of short-term rentals. And those two are very different, and there's really no connection between the two. You can have legal uses under zoning and still restrict the operation of the short-term rental under a general bylaw. If we didn't have Judge Vay's decision, you could just continue on with the view of the ZBA and the building commissioner that these were legal uses under zoning, but still regulate the operation under the general bylaw. So they're really two very different things.
Thank you. Okay. On Article 60, as amended by Miller and Murphy, a yes vote will adopt that motion as amended by Miller and Murphy. A no vote will defeat that motion. It's 1 for yes, 2 for no. And voting is now open. Okay. On the motion as amended by Miller and Murphy, yes, 592, no, 545. That motion is adopted by a majority vote. Okay. Article 3. Oh, right. So, okay, so we're going to vote on Articles 61 and 62. They both, yes?
Positive motion to use the language of Article 59 in place of the language, or the final language of Article 59 in place of the language of Article 61.
Okay.
Madam Moderator, I'm going to make a motion to table it, 61.
Hold on. Just everybody just take a moment here. Okay.
Can't come back with 59
So,
for 2 years.
can I have your name?
Boone Gross.
Boone Gross, okay. So you want to step in basically to Mr. Peel's shoes So now what I have to do is determine whether what you're suggesting is within the scope. Not, right?
No.
Right. Okay, so I can't accept your motion, Mr. Gross, because it's basically a motion to reconsider in sheep's clothing, according to town council. So I could take a motion on either Article 61 or 62 to adopt those in accordance with what was printed in the warrant, or we could allow the motion to take no action, or I could go to Ms. Williams and have a motion to table, or I could go to Mr. Cohen.
Yeah, as a sponsor, I would accept the motion to take no action.
Motion to take no action? Okay.
Second.
So let's do the motion to take no action on 61. It is what it is. Yeah, no, I know it is.
That's what we motioned.
So a yes vote will adopt the motion to take no action. And now I have to just make sure that I understand what the quantum of vote is going to be here. It's a majority vote, right? Okay. So this does require a majority vote. It also is debatable, interestingly. So, yes, a point of order? Oh, okay. All right, thank you. We're waiting for the things to clear. People are saying they're not cleared. Okay. Yes, Ms. Moore.
I just want to be extremely clear that what you're being asked to vote on is to not adopt Article 61. So a yes means we don't adopt Article 61, just to reiterate what the moderator said, right? It's to take no action. So it means do nothing on Article 61 if you vote yes, which is what should happen because we just adopted 60, which was meant to replace 61. So if you adopted 61, they'd be in conflict with each other. We really don't want to do that.
Okay, so we have a motion to take no action on Article 61. It requires a majority vote, a yes vote. We'll adopt the motion, we'll take no action on 61. A no vote will defeat that motion, and we'll have to come up with a different motion. A yes vote is 1, no vote is 2. Voting is open.
Tackle her. There you go. I think.
Oh my God.
Dave's gonna pull a Matt B for you, so be ready.
Okay, on Article 61, the motion to take no action, yes, 795, no, 74. That motion is adopted, and we're taking no action on 61. Now we're on 62. Has the same motion, a motion to take no action. Does anyone have anything to say about 62? Okay. Is that your motion, Ms. Crono?
So moved, Madam
Is there a
Moderator.
second? That motion is made and seconded. A yes vote will adopt the motion to take no action, which effectively kills Article 62. A yes vote, a no vote would defeat the motion to take no action, and we'd go back to the drawing board. One for yes, two for no. Voting is now open.
592, 545. Yep. 800. And after this one, it's gonna be about 500. I'm not coming here.
I'm too intimidated.
Yeah, I refuse. I'm gonna send my boss. I'm gonna outsource it to Dave. Come Thursday. I don't want to.
Well, I see when you get your house and get that drink machine,
I'll bring bars.
Voting is now closed. Yes, 763, no, 42. So no action is taken on 62. Article 3. Right, now we can go to 3. Okay, Article 3, Finance Committee motion starts on page 2, continues to page 3, page 4. We have the technical amendment adding in the 1.1 million for the airport. I'm going to recognize the chair of the Finance Committee for the purpose of making that motion.
Madam Moderator.
Is there a second? That motion is made and seconded. I'll go right to Ms. Perry. Is that all right? Okay, Ms. Perry. No.
Okay. How about now?
Yeah.
Excellent. So I'd like to take a look at the category for airport, the first one and the fourth one. And I would like to make an amendment to that. Provided, however, this appropriation may only be spent upon the following conditions. 1, permanent withdrawal of any PFAS contaminated berm from the South Apron project. 2, utilization of the South Apron project being limited to future use to only those jet aircrafts that are towed into and out of the apron area. And 3, installation of a noise and engine exhaust blast wall for the protection of the Surfside neighborhood and Matacasham neighborhoods.
Do you have that in writing for me by any?
I have it in writing for myself. I'm happy to give it to you as well.
That would be kind of amazing. Yeah. You can't email it, right? No. If you could try, but give me it in paper first. Will you get it back? I don't know. I can't guarantee that. It's chaos up here, honestly. Who knows? Okay. So I'm going to read this really slowly. So this applies to, make sure I get this right, Ms. Perry, Airport Article 20 of the 2019 Annual Town Meeting, Taxiway Echo Resurfacing 606-08276.
Yes, the South Apron
Okay.
expansion.
And which is the other one? Oh,
The
the
fourth
bottom
one
one, the
down.
airport retained earnings, Article 16 of the 2021 Annual Town Meeting, costs associated with airport improvement project South Apron expansion.
Yes, ma'am.
So let's add, if we can, an asterisk after each of those. And then we're going to add this language just at the end of the whole article with an asterisk. And I'm going to read it really, really slowly. The 3 million and the 606 082.76. Okay. Provided, however, comma, this appropriation may only be spent upon the following conditions, colon. 1, permanent withdrawal of any PFAS, that's all caps, PFAS, contaminated berm from the South Apron Project, semicolon, South Apron Project, apron
From.
project, yep. We'll get there. Okay, semicolon. 2, utilization of the South Apron Project being limited for future use to only those jet aircrafts that are towed, being limited, sorry, I'll go slower, for future use to only those jet aircrafts that are towed, T-O-W-E-D, not the undertowed, the towed, T-O-W-E-D, into and out of the apron area, semicolon, and 3, installation of a noise and of a noise and engine hyphen exhaust hyphen blast wall for the protection of the Surfside, comma, Nobadir, comma, and Madekesham, Madequuecham, neighborhoods. It's not SHAM, it's C, just so you know. Okay. Oh, yeah. Up in number 1, Mary, before permanent withdrawal, it's of any PFAS. Do you want to look at this? You want to talk to me? Okay. No. We're going to change it just a little bit.
Point of order.
Yeah.
Isn't this changing what was voted in prior years?
Yes, and that's what we're getting. That's what we're getting to. Okay, so Ms. Perry, Town Council has requested that I make this change in the first line, and this, by the way, is a perfect example of why we asked to get these things in writing in advance. But anyway, provided, however, this appropriation, and then, Mary, we're going to change the rest of that. You can leave following conditions. Shall be conditional? Contingent? Shall be contingent upon the following? All right, provided, however, this appropriation shall be contingent upon the following conditions. Okay, is that acceptable?
Yes.
Okay, and that's your motion.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a second? Motion is made and seconded. Now you can go ahead and talk about your thing. I'm going to write on this and I'm going to give it back to you.
Excellent. I just think this is the right thing to do, moving. Yeah, wow, sorry.
Really yell it.
I just think this is the right thing to do to help protect our neighbors in this area moving forward with projects. And I'd like to yield some of my time to some of the other neighbors in the area if possible, please.
Okay. Mr. Giorgio, I think you had a comment you wanted to make.
Madam Moderator, I am concerned with this amendment because it is purporting to place conditions on other, essentially on other regulatory authorities, and I would be interested in hearing from the airport manager. But the issue of removing the PFAS, this is something that's comprehensively regulated by both DEP and now EPA. The other conditions relating to airport operations are subject to the FAA requirements. And my concern is that if you impose these conditions, it may be that the Airport Commission will not be able to meet those conditions, and therefore these appropriations would not be able to go forward. But again, I would be interested in hearing from the airport manager if that's allowed. Madam Moderator?
Yes. Up in the back, and then I'll come back down here.
So thank you, Mr. Giorgio. Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Noah Carberg. I'm the airport manager. I would like to go a little bit further into the concerns Mr. Giorgio brought up. The airport and the town is our sponsor. We've accepted around $42 million grant from the federal government for the purpose of addressing safety issues at the airport. As part of accepting that money, we accept grant conditions, and we accept those grant conditions on behalf of the rest of the town of Nantucket. One of those grant assurances specifically is a right and powers grant assurance. We can't give up the ability to utilize our ramp to meet real-time safety needs. The language specifically limits jet aircraft as opposed to prop aircraft. That's a economic non-discrimination grant assurance. If that's violated, that's not a penalty that accrues to the airport. That's a penalty the FAA accrues to the town of Nantucket, and the town of Nantucket might have to pay back that $42 million. So I proceed very carefully with that in mind. Permanent withdrawal of any PFAS-contaminated berm from the South Apron project. I don't really know what that means or how to address it, so I'd echo Mr. Giorgio's statement that the airport is a regulated party under the 21E law, and I'd add a model party under the 21E law. I certainly wouldn't want to put myself in the place of Mass DEP, and I wouldn't encourage anyone in this room to do that either. I'll note that we have an Airport Commission meeting next Tuesday at 5 p.m. It is still a hybrid meeting. It's our last hybrid meeting. I'm sorry, it's still remote only before we go to a hybrid format. We very much intend to build and install a noise barrier along the length of the new apron expansion. However, you know, this is a very restrictive condition to add miles of barrier through protected species habitat along the Matagasham Valley. Please bring that case to the commission if that's something you believe is appropriate. But at the end of the day, these are appropriations for paying for a project that is already going to happen through retained earnings transfers. Adding these conditions, it doesn't stop the project. All it does is, instead of allowing the airport to pay the sponsor share of that project through airport revenue, it turns this into a long-term debt obligation that goes against the town's balance sheet. So again, I feel the Airport Commission does a great job listening to its residents. I don't want to speak for them, but I think they'd be happy to listen to you on Tuesday if you want to discuss noise barriers. But I really don't see this as being in anyone's best interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ray?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I am indeed the retired previous health director for the town of Nantucket. This is not a not in my backyard issue. If you look at the 3 points that are up there, read them carefully, you have to understand that these are public health issues. These, all 3 points, affect human beings in the area. I would urge you to vote favorably on these 3 items. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, the gentleman up there in the back.
Hi, hi. My name is Peter McKay, and I'm sure probably many people have heard my comments and a lot of other people's comments in the paper a number of weeks about this whole issue. Most of you really aren't too affected by it. Unfortunately, I and my neighbors are. This South Apron project is literally in our backyard. And in terms of one of the terms that the Airport Commission likes to use is being a good neighbor, well, there couldn't be anything further from the truth. In terms of communicating, there's been zero. They claim the communication was in 2019, 2021 at Airport Commission meetings. Well, last I checked, if you build a doghouse, you got to notify your neighbors about what you're going to do. And we had no notification until only recently, and all of a sudden, I think many of you saw the hugely packed public safety room office when the Airport Commission and the selectmen met to discuss this. With regard to this amendment here, basically, they've already agreed to these. This is more or less just putting in concrete that you have to follow through. And I hate to say it, it's not a personal thing to Mr. Carberg or Mr. Gaspar or any of the Airport Commission members, but I don't trust them as far as I can throw them. And I can throw pretty far. So that being the case, this is just, in my opinion, and I'm not a lawyer, this is cementing what needs to be done. My house, since March 5th, has been shaking. They've been doing this project within a couple of 100 yards of us. They've already taken down 2 acres, 1.9 of carbon-reducing trees. They wanted to take all of them down. All of them, and then put up a PFAS-laden berm. Well, they compromised. In fairness, they did listen there, and the berm is no longer going to be there. But removal of PFAS, which we all know is the forever contaminant toxin, makes perfect sense. Utilization of the jet aircrafts being towed in, they said they were going to tow them in so that's not sitting in my backyard blowing all the fumes and noise and what have you. They already said they were going to do that. Now I'm hearing they may not. And installation of the noise barrier, well, that makes common sense. I mean, it's going to be close. They're already 2 months into it, and literally I have things falling in my house. The noise. My wife, poor wife, if she hears beep, 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 beep anymore, we may be having a divorce because the noise starts many times before 7 o'clock in the morning. I've notified them about that. They say they're going to correct it. It's iffy at best. So I would ask everybody here to please adopt this. And as far as future issues concerned with the airport, tread very carefully because I can guarantee you they don't speak the truth more often than not. Thank you.
The gentleman up in the back in the teal shirt.
Yes, Anthony Buscarin. I'm on the Airport Commission. I don't know if Arthur Gasparo's here tonight, but I'll speak for him, I guess. This project is, thanks, Arthur. This project has been let with government contracts, government support, who pay 95% of this improvement at the airport. We're kind of required to follow the government's lead on this. We're, I think, very sorry that we've had so much trouble with the neighbors. I think this has been communicated since 2019 through public hearings, certainly at the Airport Commission. I've been in the Airport Commission for 10 years. This has been under discussion for at least 7 or 8 of those years, that this was going to happen. There is no PFAS-contaminated berm in the South Apron. We've already agreed that we're not going to do that, but we can't change our contracts with the federal government and with the contractors that are doing that project right now. Second, with regard to utilization of aircraft being towed in and out of this new area, that's sort of an operational thing that the airport may not have a lot of control over. We would like to accommodate our abutters with that as well. We're going to install a noise berm. We've already agreed to take away the other berm we were going to put in there. We're going to put in a noise barrier, and certainly our neighbors can participate in that. But I would ask you to vote against this because it is an infringement of our contracts, which are already existent with people that are already doing the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lepre?
Hi, Mary Lepre here. I live right by the airport. I was unable to drink my water for over a year, and I was unable to have my children drink the water. I have 3 little kids. So think about every time you use water. And the airport, yes, they gave me town water because they had to, because my number was over 20. But here's what. They already agreed to do these things in a meeting, and it wasn't written down. And here we are writing them down, and they're saying, oh, we can't do that. I hear noise. I hear the trucks going sometimes at 5:30 in the morning. On a Saturday, you hear the noise. My house doesn't shake because I'm at the end of Skyline Drive, but you hear it all the time. You hear the smell of jet fuel. Recently, I've become aware of the risks of the lead from the propeller planes, which are right on the other side of the fence by my house. So now I get to worry about my children having lead poisoning. So I think that the airport agreed after our big meeting to these things. They said that they were going to tow in and tow out. And then all of a sudden they changed their tune. And I don't understand why this is such a big deal. If they agreed to it before, they should agree to it now. We are just asking, they could have put this whole project on another side of the airport, and they said, well, we've been planning this for 20 years. Well, I know that Ms. Perry and I were not able to do that, to be involved in this 20 years ago. And I think that things can always change. My father says at Addiction Solutions, no one is ever too far gone. No project is ever too far gone. And if they can't meet these requirements, then they probably need to come up with a different plan. I urge you to vote for this.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Durensis.
I'd like to make 2 points. The first is that can I proceed?
If you would just state your name for the record.
Paul Durensis.
Thank you.
I'm former town council. I also represented the airport for 24 years. I also represent other airports now.
And you're speaking as Ms. Perry's representative today?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
The first is that this is entirely consistent with all federal law, regulation, grant agreements, and the like. And anything that's said to the contrary is not accurate. The second point I would make is that this has been presented to the Airport Commission and essentially agreed to, but then when the time came to put it in writing, then we found, oh, well, we don't know, maybe, we we need to get quotes, we need to do this, we need to do that. This is simply to codify a settlement agreement. The settlement agreement by which they are allowed to go forward with this project. Otherwise, this project would not have gone forward.
Thank you. Ms. Faniff?
Hi, my name is Ann Faniff. I live at 21 Monahans Road. My husband David McKay and I have lived there for, I don't know, some 30 years. Peter and Allison McKay are my brother-in-law and sister-in-law. And I've never spoken at town meeting with all my years behind me, but I feel I simply have to speak because, to Richard's point, it's really not just our backyard. I really think this goes to who we are as an island, and I understand the hardworking people of the Airport Commission and our airport manager, and I wouldn't be surprised if in their unguarded moments they wouldn't say they wish they had put this somewhere else. The dialogue is just now happening, and it feels like a beast moved into our backyard. There's I mean, it's a major construction site. And what do you say? What do I say? As, you know, I'm a school teacher. My husband just came back from the VFW, where you all know he's a bartender. What do you say when they say the federal government says we have to do this? I don't have much to say. I don't have the language to go up against the federal government. It just doesn't feel right to throw up our hands and say, well, I guess we're just little neighbors. This is a residential area. In 2008, the Zoning Board of Appeals zoned us residential to protect the neighborhood. We are a neighborhood. I know I only have a couple seconds left, but, and forgive this little anecdote, but coming here tonight and knowing, oh God, I think I'm going to have to say something. I thought about Liz Winship and Todd Winship when Bess got married to Jared Clark. She's our neighbor down the street, way down the street. They had the wedding reception that night in their backyard. They knew it was going to be loud. So Liz, being Liz, got us all bottles of wine and a little card that she attached and said, sorry, we might be a little loud tonight. And we said, you enjoy your celebration, because that's what neighbors have always done in our neighborhood. We are a neighborhood. We're not a commercial development. And all I would ask is, this beast has moved in, and apparently they need town monies. To the best that we're able, could we get as much protection as possible against further burdens to air pollution, to light? I'm terrified when this is done, how high the lights are going to be, how loud the planes are going to be. I just can't throw up my hands and say, oh, well, I guess we can't do anything. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Ms. Murphy?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I have a ton of empathy for our neighbors out in this area, and I've been following this tangentially, but I'm also really concerned about amendments to the budget process that happen on town meeting floor. So I think maybe we need some context about why this needs to be amended here on town meeting floor, and why a subsequent conversation with the Airport Commission wouldn't provide these assurances that the group is looking for.
Do you want to answer that, Mr. Gasparo? Yeah, just go ahead. You can, don't push him or anything, but.
Thank you. My name is Arthur Gasparo. I'm the chairman of the Airport Commission. There's been some unfortunate rhetoric here in the last few minutes, and I'd like to move past that and just explain to everyone in this room that the Airport Commission has committed to the removal of the berm. I really believe the berm was there and installed to protect that neighborhood. Now, I understand the PFAS had turned into a bit of a third rail, but the intent was very much to provide a blockage between the ramp and the neighbors. Regardless, it's not happening. It's committed to. So I don't think there's any issue there. Jumping to number 3. I had a meeting with Mr. Carberg this morning. There is active scoping for design, task orders for the design of the noise wall. I can tell you that there is a noise wall that's been shown on our airport layout plan for since 2010. It wasn't, and then the berm was along the apron. Actively working on it, but it does take time to establish these task orders, public procurement, and I certainly don't want to belabor town meeting and turn it into an airport discussion overall, but after some of the comments that are made, I really think we do need a few minutes. But we're committed to working on that and replacing the berm essentially with a noise attenuation device of some sort. I don't think it's appropriate to call it a blast wall, but maybe that's just semantics. Number two, there was never a commitment to have a tow-in and tow-out operation. There was a commitment to explore ramp management. We have a presentation next Tuesday on the ramp management and how that's going to work. And what I would say is that there's a chance that if you were to mandate tow-in, and we've had a lot of discussions on this, that you actually would increase the amount of emissions and noise. Imagine the plane has to stop somewhere, stay and run, wait for someone to come and tow it in versus pulling in and shutting off. So I think it's a misunderstanding on some parts that there was a commitment to that it would only occur that way. So again, I don't want to use too much time. I am available, and I would urge you to strike this down. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Lepre?
Well, I was going to say the Airport Commission reminded me of the song that went, they tore down the Paradise and put up a parking lot. Because what we're talking about is a parking lot for private jets. Now, they could fly off and go over to Hyannis, which has plenty of room. There's no reason to park the silver Cadillacs out on this apron. I have a great problem with that. I have a great problem with PFAS, because where's the PFAS come from? The airport. It's their baby. Is it the Airport Commission right now that put the PFAS there? No. It was generations of people using foam approved by the FAA that contained PFAS. I think we have to look at this. What we're really talking about is private jets. I'm not sure how many of you have flown in a private jet. I haven't. And why are we bending over backwards to make a parking lot for these damn things? I mean, really, it is ridiculous. If you go out there tonight, you're not going to see any of their jets. So 9 weeks of the summer, the Stroll, and maybe Daffodil, you'll see jets out there. But otherwise, we're tearing this all up and making a parking lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Durensis?
Just to respond to the Airport Commission, I think you all heard the words he said, and my point is every time the airport officials speak, we get a slightly different version. And that's why we're here tonight to put what we understand the deal is in writing so that it's clear. So it's not like we're going to talk about it next week. We're going to talk about it next month. We're going to look at this. We're going to look at that. This is the deal. The other part, the statement was, if we don't provide the parking, the jets who are not being towed in are going to have to cause more pollution. They'll be moving around and so on. But our answer to that is, we're letting the parking lot get built. We have reasons that we explained at the Airport Commission to be able to shut this thing down, because there's a lot of the stuff that this project is undertaking, we believe, is illegal. But we said we would let it happen as long as these things were done. They are getting the ability to provide parking for jets. If there is a jet that can't be towed, it doesn't use the area. Is that an improvement over the current situation? Yes. The issue here is to provide protection for people who are getting sick, who are getting harmed, families, children, even dogs are dying of cancer. There's got to be a stop. There's got to be protection for the citizens. That's what this does. Codify an agreement that had been reached.
Thank you, Mr. Turbot. No, you're just trying to get you to your seat? I completely understand. Okay, on Ms. Perry's amendment, a yes vote will adopt the amendment. A no vote will defeat the amendment. The amendment is as printed on the screen. It will be 1 for yes, 2 for no, just on the amendment. Voting is now open. Okay. On Ms. Perry's amendment, yes, 441, no, 115. That amendment is adopted. So now on Article 3, as amended by Ms. Perry. Does anyone have anything more to say on Article 3 itself? Okay.
I noticed at the beginning of the meeting that there was an addition of $1 million to the airport's budget. What's that for?
Can you, there. It's a transfer from airport fuel revolver to airport capital projects, Article 16 of the 2020 annual town meeting, costs associated with groundwater soil investigation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else on Article 3? Okay, so this requires some form of vote, a majority vote. A yes vote will adopt the motion as amended by Ms. Perry. A no vote will defeat that motion. It's 1 for yes and 2 for no. Voting is open. Okay. Okay. Voting is closed. On the main motion, as amended by Ms. Perry, yes, 493, no, 52. That motion is adopted. Okay. Article 7. Article 7 is long. The Finance Committee motion starts on page 8. It is a positive motion. It goes to page 10. I'd ask for your unanimous consent to waive the reading of that motion and recognize Ms. Cronow for the purpose of making the motion. Is there a second? Motion is made and seconded. Mr. Evans called this. Is he here?
Who's in the gym?
Yes, Madam Moderator.
Oh, there you are. Okay, sorry. The dark colors, you just don't stick out the way one would hope against those blue chairs. Please go ahead.
Clay Evans, 41 Westchester Street. I'm proposing that we amend several of the lines, starting with Americans with Disability Act facilitator hourly. Instead of $17, I would propose inserting $32 as the hourly rate.
Wait, I gotta find it first. What page are you on?
That is page 7, Madam Moderator.
Okay, page 7. It's gonna be page 8. Okay, it's right at the beginning on
I'm
page
sorry.
8. So
I'm
you're
sorry,
going
my
from
bad.
17 to
32.
32, okay, okay.
And then for the election warden, from 22 to 35.
Okay, that's also on page 8, 22 to 35, okay.
For the position of election worker, also from 17 to 32.
Okay,
For the position of registrar, temporary assistant, from 17 to 32.
okay. I think that's on page 9. 17 to what? 32?
To 32.
Okay,
And veterans agent from 18 to 32. And the reason why I'm asking for these changes, first of all,
let me see, is that your motion? Is there a second? Okay, motion is made and seconded. No, go ahead.
the reason why I'm asking for these changes, I come from working in a retail background, and I can tell you that $17 an hour in this day and age is entry-level wages. For an island like ours that believes in being at the forefront and raising the bar, we should not be lowering the bar like this. Also, having worked on campaigns, I know that, for example, when you're in the field working with data and organizing and getting people out to vote, that comes at a rate of $30 an hour. And to pay an election worker $17 an hour simply fails our community values. And as stated, I believe we should be thinking forward and not lowering the bar. That's why I'm asking us to make this change for a fair day's pay for a fair day's work.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wants to be heard on Mr. Evans' amendment? No? Okay. This requires a majority vote. A yes vote will adopt the amendment. A no vote will defeat the amendment. It's 1 for yes, 2 for no, just on Mr. Evans' amendment.
Yes.
I think it was 35 for election warden and 32 for election worker. Okay, voting is closed. On the amendment, yes, 309. No, 116. That amendment is carried. So on Article 7, as amended by Mr. Evans, a yes, does anyone want to speak about it, or should we just go right to a vote? Right to a vote. A yes vote will adopt Article 7 as amended by Mr. Evans. A no vote will defeat the Article 7. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Voting is open.
That's her decision. It could be a motion to request that not accept it.
Unless she already has them in writing to move things along tonight, at
Yes.
least. So we don't have to watch her type. We don't have to watch somebody type.
You can ask her, sure.
So I just ask her.
No, make a motion. Yeah.
2 zeros.
Voting is closed. Yes, 373, no, 49. That is adopted. Talk about living wage. Someone in the gym just asked why I wasn't objecting to my $175 a year.
Really good question.
Because I just love being here. So Article 8,
Sarah, can I have a point of order?
of course.
Can I request that any amendments that people propose from now on tonight, if you haven't received them already, that we postpone those articles until tomorrow, and you only entertain the articles tonight where you've already gotten the amendments in writing, so we don't have to sit here watching people heroically typing things into the last minute.
All right. I was going to say at the end of this experience that I wouldn't take any amendments tomorrow that I haven't gotten in advance. So, but I'll also take your suggestion. So let that be, I guess, just a warning. If you have amendments, get them to me in writing if you want them to be heard. Otherwise, we're going to not hear them, particularly tomorrow. So, Article 8 starts on page 10, goes to page 12. I'd like you to waive the reading, and I recognize Ms. Curnow for the purpose of making that motion.
So moved, Madam Moderator.
Okay. Is there a second? Motion is made and seconded. Ms. Perry?
I do have an amendment, and I'm happy to email it to you. I do have an amendment.
How long is it?
One whole sentence, but it's a long sentence.
Okay, then we'll do this tomorrow. We'll skip 8 and go to, do you have an amendment on 10 too?
And it's identical.
Okay.
I do, and it's identical.
All right, we'll skip 10 as well, and we'll go to 11. So we'll do 8 and 10 tomorrow. Okay, so 11. And I do want to point out that this booklet, this town meeting traditions and procedures, which is available on the town website, does say that amendments should be given in writing in advance. So, I'm trying to be fair, but 11.
Is there any chance we can please go through Article 8?
Article 8,
The Amendment 8.
the amendment on 8. No, actually. We're going to go to 11. What we could do, how about this? Here's a compromise. Megan, come up here with your amendments. And while we're dealing with 11 and potentially 12. Maybe Ms. Novissimo will be kind enough. The person shadowing her, by the way, has fled the building in complete horror, so we'll never be doing this again. So enjoy this while we have it, because this is it. Okay. 11, page 20. Finance Committee motion. Move to appropriate the sum of $3 million to be spent by the town manager, et cetera. It is as printed in the warrant. Requires a 2/3 vote. I'd waive your reading of that motion. Recognize Ms. Curnow for the purpose of making the motion.
So moved, Madam Moderator.
Is there a second? Second. Motion is made and seconded. Mr. Brown, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Sorry, wasn't expected to speak right now. I thought we were going to go to 8, so just waking up. Anyways, the normal, I know you see me here every year, but I guess I'm asking that you vote down Article 11, $3 million for a feasibility study, design, permitting, blah, blah, blah. Do we know where we you know, with respect, I think the feasibility study could be done in-house, whether we need town housing, maybe where we put it. I mean, we have how many boards across this island, and we're going to spend $3 million. We're going to approve it to say, let's do a study. And I know there's permitting involved too, but I don't know if anybody really knows where or what, whatever. And it would be nice to, instead of saying, hey, part of this is a study, this is where we're thinking about building it. Here's our plan. We need $3 million for the permit. We're going to get blah, blah, blah. We got 10 bids out. But to just say $3 million, here's your study, thanks. So I just ask that you just please vote this down. $3 million's a lot, so thank you.
Thank you. Anything else on Article 11? Mr. Cohen?
Yeah, I'm wondering why we have a town government at all, since Toby thinks they don't do anything. This is ridiculous. The town doesn't just say, let's spend $3 million on what we could possibly do in our spare time if we weren't out smoking or something. I mean, it's ridiculous. The suggestion that we're just wasting money is untrue. Town employee housing is a critical issue. This money is not just to conduct a study, and it should be spent appropriately so that we can solve what I think we all agree is a critical problem on this island. Housing for employees, housing for year-round people, attracting people that we need for quality people for the town. This is important money for long-term planning and engineering and permitting and all kinds of services that we don't have employees or experts in the town. And I'm getting really sick and tired of people saying, like, oh, this is just wasting money. This is critical money. This is the money that we spend so that we solve problems. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Oh, yes, please.
Christy Ferrantella, the town's housing director.
I think, Christy, if you could get just a little closer and really belt it out.
I'm the town's housing director, Christy Ferrantella, and I just wanted to give a little bit more clarity on this. So this $3 million would be appropriated for a feasibility study and for design costs to potentially look at town-owned parcels, specifically at the 246 Fairground Complex, which would look at parcels on Waite Drive and Tacoma. And as Mr. Cohen said, this is really critical for town needs. We are, just like every other business, having trouble hiring and retaining our employees. And just like every other business on the island, we need to be in the business of providing housing for our employees. To be able to do this in staff with a small department of 3 in the housing department would be very challenging, and we don't have the resources to do that. We have been able to start the preliminary. We have an employee housing focus group that's looking at a survey to determine housing needs. So we are trying to gather as much of this information without using outside experts, but this would really help us push this project along. And as we might look at other articles, if we acquire other units for town housing, it might free up the seasonal use of those parcels, which could then be turned into year-round housing for our employees. So this article is really important and critical, just as Mr. Cohen was just saying. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Williams?
Yes. Cliff Williams, 11 Somerset Road. I'll do that for $3,000. You can take 3 zeros off. I offered the town 10 houses for $4 million just a couple of years ago with the mortgages under $3,000, and they turned it down. So I think it's just a number. Just like the gentleman said earlier, I won't personally attack people like Mr. Cohen did. Too much money. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brown?
I wasn't going to speak again, but since Mr. Cohen once again has to mention me, thanks for doing that, because I get to speak again. Anyways, when I say wasting, I'm not saying it's wasting money. It's $3 million. $3 million is a lot of money. Mr. Williams just said that he'd do it for $3,000, and he had an offer before. I bet we could get I wasn't going to bring this up, but now that I'm thinking about it, I bet we could get a college kid, a real smart college kid, home for the summer that would do for 25 grand. And I bet they would have one hell of a study. And that's all I'm saying. We need to stop enlarging government. That's what we're doing. That's why we keep needing more and more housing, because we're just building government. Let's just slow down and finish what we got, and then next year let's do more of that. But let's just finish what we got, for crying out loud. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Moore?
What we have is empty parcels of town land that are ripe for creating housing units that are desperately needed so we can hire and retain town employees to get all the work of government done. If we don't invest this money in figuring out what is the most cost-effective and efficient way to create those units and to allocate them appropriately across town employees' needs, we will be at a dead end in no time at all. So while I respect certain individuals' notion that they can do something for $3,000, it's frankly absurd. And I really hope you support the well-thought-out planning that your town government has been going through for the last year in presenting these well-thought-out, well-crafted, intentional proposals to solve problems that we have been talking about forever. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Allerhand?
Assuming that the study has to be done, the question is why $3 million? If it's been studied, why don't you break down how the $3 million is going to be spent?
Okay. So seeing no one, I think we can go to a vote on Article 11. It does require a 2/3 vote. Oh, to who? Oh. Can you give this to Megan so she can vote on this thing we're about to vote on? Okay, so on Article 11, a yes vote will adopt the Finance Committee's motion as printed in the warrant on page 20. A no vote will defeat that motion. It does require a 2/3 vote. It's 1 for yes, 2 for no. Voting is open. Good. Okay. Voting is closed. Article 11, yes, 251, no, 177. That article is not adopted. Okay. Okay. Which side did you vote on? You voted yes. You voted yes? I don't think that works. You have to have voted on the prevailing side, so you would have had to have voted no to motion for reconsideration. You would have to be rethinking your no vote. Okay, sorry. So we're going back now to 8. So Article 8 starts on page 10, goes to page 11, page 12. I'm going to recognize Ms. Cronow for the purpose of moving Article 8.
So moved, Madam Moderator.
Is there a second? Second. Motion is made and seconded. Then I'm going to recognize Ms. Perry for the purpose of making the following amendment. We're adding at the end of the first paragraph on page 12, after Affordable Housing Trust Fund, the following language: provided no part of this appropriation shall be paid to any developer involved with or used to acquire any units or interest in or otherwise used to support in any way, directly or indirectly, any development project, construction, maintenance, or operation thereof, or the like, located at or in the way related to number, take out the comma after number, please. Thank you. Number 3, 5, 7, and 9 South Shore Road or 20 Maya Comet Road in the town of Nantucket. It should be, what?
Anyway.
Oh, or in any way related, in, right there. There you go. Anyway. Okay. Is that your amendment, Ms. Perry?
Looks like it, yep.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. Ms. Perry? Okay.
Oh, I'm
It's
sorry.
on you. We're
It's
waiting.
on me?
Yes.
Excellent. Oh, thank you. So I do believe affordable housing is a very noble cause, and, sorry, I should know to basically put the mic in my mouth. I totally understand that affordable housing is a very noble cause. I think it's a worthy cause. I think there are a couple projects on island that might not be as noble. And to be perfectly blunt, I'm kind of tired of my taxes paying for private developers to profit off of us. What I mean by that is I basically feel as though I'm paying my taxes 3 times over for the waivers that are being requested for these types of projects. For example, in the Surfside Crossing Comprehensive Permit, the hack modification submittal, they're asking for waivers to be granted from any requirements to apply to the town or other municipal boards or departments, including but not limited to the Nantucket Select Board, Board of Health, Conservation Commission, Historic District Commission, Nantucket Historical Commission, Planning Board, Department of Public Works, Water, Sewer Departments, and the Boards of Water and Sewer Commissioners. Anybody else doesn't get to do that. So just, I wouldn't be able to do that. You wouldn't be able to do that. And then if we look at the costs associated with that, sewer requests to have a sewer connection fees and capacity fees waived. One permit application for just me walking off the street is $4,000 per unit, plus a sewer capacity fee at a minimum starting around $6,705.66 for a 3-bedroom. And that's where it starts, the minimum. So that's $10,705.66. Just for each unit the developer would like waived, and they've stated that they would like all of these waived. The water request connection fees to be waived as well. That's $5,000 for somebody walking off the street. Those fees are used for the maintenance and upgrades of projects, the sewer, the water that we all use. If we waive all of those, how do they get paid? Well, then we have to pay for them in our own taxes. The Surfside, what is it, South Shore Road, Surfside sewer project is a $6.5 million upgrade that we are paying for, basically so that this project, Surfside Crossing, can come online and use the sewer, but they're asking for waivers so that they don't have to pay to get hooked up. So we're gonna pay for an upgrade so that they can hook in, and then they're gonna ask for waivers. We're gonna have to make up the difference in those waivers. So to be perfectly blunt, I'm tired of paying more in taxes for a private developer's benefit, and I don't think we should. So that's my reasoning.
Hello? Okay.
Hello?
Yes. Up in the back. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Roland Voyages. This is all being dealt with in Article number 74. It should not be part of this article. It should be stricken.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I believe Town Council agrees with you.
Well, I don't.
Well, you're not recognized yet. Mr. Giorgio, can you go ahead?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. This is the operating budget of the town, okay? And town meetings function is either to appropriate funds in the various line items or not. I read this condition, I don't know exactly what it is, but I think that is exceeding the legislative authority of the town because it's trying to impose a condition that is an executive function of the town. And so I do not think it's permissible. Again, this is the budget article. Town meeting's role is either to appropriate the money or not. That certainly would be a fine motion not to appropriate the money, but to try to put these kinds of conditions on these appropriations, I think is exceeding the authority of town meeting.
I'll go to Ms. Ferrantella, and then I'll go to you, Mr. Durensis, to respond.
Thank you. Christy Ferrantella, Town Housing Director. I just wanted a little bit of clarification from Town Council. If this was to go through, there are, at whatever capacity Surfside Crossing may or may not happen at, there would be 25% of those units that would be deed restricted and affordable. Would this prevent those families who win the lottery at a affordable home ownership opportunity from applying to the trust for closing cost assistance and be unable to obtain those funds to close on a home ownership opportunity?
In my opinion, yes, because it would, the funds could not be used to support in any way the Surfside Crossing project. So it would jeopardize those units, yes.
So I think that that would be a huge disservice for our community and the potential people who may win the lottery and be able to afford a home on Nantucket. A second, I just wanted to bring to the point that the Select Board has a sewer waiver policy, and any developer or person who wants to create affordable housing has the ability to go in front of the Select Board and have the sewer fees waived. Anything that's at the 80% affordability is in their policy, so anybody can apply for that, and including covenant lot creation. So it's not unusual for there to be waivers because this incentivizes people to create affordable housing.
Thank you. Mr. Durensis?
I do not agree with the statement made that this in any way is illegal. This is a traditional function of the legislature. We fought a revolution way back when to have the taxpayers control their money. This is a raise and appropriate from the tax base. The idea here is to put, for the taxpayers, to put limitations. And I would like to point out the contradiction we just heard from town council, where he answered the question that, yes, this is entirely enforceable against certain homeowners not being able to pay or get benefit from this funds because this would legally block it. Contrast that with the statement that this is all illegal and can't be adopted. This is perfectly fine.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Williams?
As a person who started the Affordable Housing Trust, and I live in the Badlands, so I'm well aware of what this has the potential for doing. And I agree that it should be better discussed on Article 74, where this is coming up again. I hope you vote against this. It does impact people that would have units. Now, this project is probably going to happen in some form as it winds its way back to the Hack and then back through court and then back to Nantucket again. There are a lot of units in there that could go to people who are desperate for these units. I mean, a lot. I've spoken to an awful lot of them because the Housing Authority has no stake in this, but we did have a stake in Satcham's Pass, so we're also familiar with this type of project. The more money that can be posted into this development over time would buy down more units for more people to be able to afford to live on Nantucket. I know there's a lot of concern in the Badlands area. I'm further back down the road from this, but I'm going to be impacted by it when I drive by it. I'm not opposed to it. I was opposed to the number of units, but it is what it is, and the state is going to side with the developer to some extent. But we can't limit the amount of money that the Housing Trust, 10 million of it came from the CPC in bonds, that can pay to buy down more of these units so more people can actually afford to get their foot in the door on a house. I ask you to vote against this. If you want to discuss this again, discuss it under Article 74, but not under the normal budget article, which is 8. I've never seen so much going on with 8 as this.
Thank you. Mr. DaCosta?
Madam Moderator, we just spent a good, 2+ hours on 59 and 60? And the gist of it was we don't want any more short-term rentals in Nantucket. So I was the project manager on 8 or 9 of the houses at Beach Bum Village, so I kind of know how this thing works. The 25% that go to affordable units go into the lottery and local people get them, and that's great. The other 75% will go to market value. And more than likely out there, they're all going to be bought by people as investments. Some might be used for their employee housing, but I bet the bulk of them end up being short-term rentals. If the trust can buy down the cost of some of these units and put year-round restrictions on these units, we could have 60 or 70 year-round houses instead of 60 or 70 short-term rentals. This will eliminate that. This is bad. Just because you don't like the project, this is not a way to stop it, Megan. We need year-round housing, and we can get the most bang for the buck by paying the developers a fee per unit to put long-term, permanent long-term year-round restrictions on these units. I would urge you to vote no on this.
Thank you. Mr. Durensis?
I just want to answer a technical point. Article 74 can't bring up the same issue that we're discussing here because that would be considered a form of reconsideration. That's why it has to be here. Saying, let's consider it in 74 is really out of order. That, in my opinion, can't be done.
Okay, thank you. Yes, the gentleman up in the back.
Good afternoon. Roland Voyagers again. Article 74 was part of this published schedule of articles to be discussed and reviewed today. This is an amendment to Article 8. It has no bearing being in this location. If it was going to be decided and discussed at today's meeting, the appropriate location would be during number 74. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're ready. Ms. Holgate?
Okay. I don't, excuse me. I don't want to go too far into the merits of this. I do believe that 74 was the appropriate place to discuss it. But what I did want to mention, I agree with what Mr. DaCosta said as well, though, is the precedent of starting to add conditions to our main general budget, I think is just a really dangerous one. And I'd really think long and hard before you start putting in serious levels of condition into Article 8, because it could just obviously create a strong precedent going forward. And I would respectfully ask that this be withdrawn and that we take it up where it's published under 74.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go to a vote on Ms. Perry's amendment. We're just on the amendment. The amendment is the language shown in yellow on the screen. A yes vote will adopt the amendment. A no vote will defeat the amendment. It's 1 for yes, 2 for no. Voting is open. Where is she putting it? Voting is closed. Yes, 105, no, 288. That amendment is not adopted. So now we're going to go to a vote on Article 8. The motion is as printed in the warrant and moved by Ms. Cronow. A yes vote will adopt the motion. A no vote will defeat the motion. It's 1 for yes and 2 for no. Voting is now open. And you're voting on the main motion on Article 8. Okay, voting is closed. Yes, 332, no 57. That motion is adopted. Okay, Article 10. Article 10 appears on page 13. The motion of the Finance Committee starts on 14. It is as published in the warrant. I'm going to ask for your consent to waive the reading, and I'll recognize Ms. Cronow for the purpose of making that motion.
So moved, Madam Moderator.
Is there a second? Second. Motion is made and seconded. And I'll recognize you, Ms. Perry, for the purpose of making the following motion at the end. Whoops.
I'll withdraw. I think we're all tired enough tonight. I'll withdraw that amendment.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So does anyone want to talk about 10? Or can we just go to a vote on 10?
Vote.
Okay. So a yes vote will adopt the motion on 10. A no vote will defeat the main motion on 10. It is the motion printed in the warrant. Requires a 2/3 vote. It's 1 for yes, 2 for no. Voting is open. And I hope Lee Saperstein's over there for her. He was like right, oh, he's right there. I'll just say something. Mr. Saperstein, to the gym, please. But you can go slowly.
I thought I was coming up there.
No, you're going in the gym and Chantal's coming up here.
Okay. That's not what we were.
All right. Well, I'm glad, thank you, because I told her I would give her an opportunity to come out from under the bushel of the gym. So on Article 10, yes, 313, no, 51. That motion is that's adopted, right? That's 2/3. Yes, that's adopted. I'm tired enough that 2/3 seems like a daunting math equation. Okay, so we're going to Article 12. No, we're going to do 12 right now. And then we're probably done. I have a conflict on 12, so bye. No, I'll be back. I'll be back, don't worry. Okay. Hopefully Chantal is making her way over from the gym. Article 12 starts on page 20, goes to page 21. Mr. Linval has called it. Ms. Novissimo has put together a fantastic motion for you all. Here she comes. I know, right? So this is Chantal Blas-Murphy. She's been over running things in the gym and has been doing that for the last couple of years anyway, so I'm really happy that she's able to come and handle Article 12. Thank you, Chantal.
Okay. I ran here in heels. I need a minute. Whew, okay, we're here. Article 12. Can we just go ahead and not read that, please, guys? It's late. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. So, who called the article? Okay, great. Can I get what do I need for this? I'm too tired for this. Thank you. Can I get a second? Okay, great. Mr. Linval.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Madam Moderator. I call this article because I represent the seller as a listing agent in this transaction. We've been in negotiations with the town for over a year on the specific property, and it's my understanding that they would like to use this property and location to house the lifeguards of the island and to potentially have some sort of housing for town employees. I'm not sure if that's changed or not, but that was my understanding going in. I think, you know, this coming year we've negotiated with the town to have a lease where the lifeguards will be living there. And in speaking with Sheila Lucy, the harbor master who oversees them, she said that when they rented this location in the past, it was the best location for them because she had all of her lifeguards under one roof, and she could have all the equipment there on site, and all lifeguards could go immediately from the life-saving station to their locations on the beach and in their towers. You know, otherwise the town is renting multiple other homes to house lifeguards. And I think that continuing this tradition where a life-saving museum has lifeguards that are looking out for our coastline is an appropriate place for them to be. So I urge everyone to vote positively in favor of this. This will also have to go to ballot to appropriate funds. Thank you.
Chantal, may I?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
the Finance Committee did discuss this, and at this time, we did not believe this was an appropriate use of town funds. There is still a lot of uncertainty around the total cost of ownership for the town, and so we made a motion not to adopt.
Thank you. And I believe Ms. Holgate would like to speak as well.
I will do my best to represent why the board brought this before you. It was for three reasons. It's clearly an important historic asset to the island, and we know that people wanted us to look into purchasing it. It does have the ability to provide seasonal housing for, I think it's about 32 lifeguards, and there are two other parts of the property that could be renovated to be year-round housing. As we went through our due diligence, the cost estimates that we've received to date totaled over $5.6 million in renovations to just get it up to the standard for those two small year-round cottages and the seasonal ability to house the lifeguards. When we brought all of these figures to the Finance Committee, that is when they made the determination that being into this for about $12 million might not be the best way to gain the housing that we're looking for. While this property still continues to have a historic restriction on it, no matter who the owner is, we really did want to bring it before the voters to make the ultimate decision because of the history of the property and the location of the property. And we can do those things with it if that's how you want to spend your tax dollars. But we really found it important that we not make the decision, but that you all do.
Ms. Mooney.
Thank you, Erica Mooney. I would urge everyone to vote no on this motion. I think that it's a lot of money to get sunk into a property that has a historic preservation easement on it that is going to require a lot of upgrades and in a way that has to be really sensitive to the building. I also think that the current owners have been sadly poor stewards of this historic property. I don't know if anybody ever goes out there. I walk my dog out there a lot. It is falling into disrepair. And it's a real shame that we're being asked to take over a building that is falling apart. So I urge you to vote no.
And I'll acknowledge the person on the far left.
Sorry.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Ames, 1 Station Street, abutting property to the youth hostel. I hope you vote no. It's not falling apart because of Blue Flag. It's been falling apart. For the last 5 years that the youth hostel owned it, they had no money. Money never got put into it. I think that if there's an electrical inspector in this room, he can tell you it's a miracle it never burned down. Blue Flag isn't at fault of letting it fall apart. It's just time. I may be an anomaly, but I was kind of happy Blue Flag bought it. I thought that they would put a lot of money into it and take care of it and preserve it. I'm baffled when I try and think what building the town of Nantucket owns that they're very proud of. And that building needs a lot of pride and a lot of money. So I'm hoping that we don't own it tomorrow. Thank you.
We can't hear you.
She's saying the yes vote is on not to adopt. Is that your question, ma'am?
Is that your question? So a yes vote would not adopt, and a no vote would adopt. Am I correct, Mr. Giorgio? I'm sorry, I can't see anyone down there, so I apologize. I don't know if it's because I'm challenged in the height direction. Okay. Mr. Lindell's motion. So the current motion is to not adopt. Mr. George, I'm looking at you, Mr. Giorgio, don't walk away. Come on back. Because we're tired, it's late, and we're getting twisted up again. So, repeat again. Yes. So it's a motion not to adopt. If it passes, we're done.
This isn't a motion not to adopt, this is a positive motion.
Oh, see, I have Mr. Novismo in the back saying this is a positive motion. So I think you're getting tied up too.
So can I just say, I thought that this was Mr. Linvall's positive motion.
Yeah,
and
so
I
we're
was
working on
saying-
Mr.
I was speaking against the positive motion.
Okay. So do we go back? Yeah,
They think a motion is an amendment.
hold on just a moment.
That's what they think. This is just yes or no. Now, nobody's offered motion change.
Not to adopt. No, we did not. Yes. Okay. So we need to vote on the Finance Committee's motion not to adopt. If the vote on that is a yes to not adopt, we are done. However, if it is a no, then anyone can come up and make a positive motion. Okay.
Question. When the article was called, which had a not to adopt motion, in order for it to be called, a positive motion had to be
made,
created,
yes.
which is what we are voting on right now. Right.
But he called the article, however, no positive, no, he did not make a positive motion. So,
Madam Moderator, I believe I did make a pot of motion on this article.
This is a positive motion.
That's what we're looking at.
It's the motion on the screen.
That's why I called the article.
so the motion on the screen is a positive motion.
No.
Okay, I'm hearing something different from town council, and I'm hearing something different from the back.
I put forward a positive motion.
Which is what's on the screen. Yeah.
The motion was not to adopt, and I disagree with that.
Can you scroll down a bit?
No, no.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it doesn't.
Keep going down the screen. Down.
So I'm being told that the motion on the screen is not a proper motion because it doesn't identify any funding source or an amount.
Okay, then why did the town make this article?
Actually, I think that the article says that the Finance Committee would make a recommendation at town meeting, correct? Am I correct on that?
Here.
Okay, so because there's no funding in here, then this can't be a positive motion, correct?
So the warrant article would authorize the acquisition of this property. Correct. But if you read the warrant article, it didn't specify the funding source or the amount of money. So a positive motion cannot simply adopt what's in the warrant. You have to identify the funding source and the amount of money, and then it would be a... So do you have, I mean, presumably this would be a borrowing. Yeah, so what is the dollar value that you want to appropriate for this acquisition?
Yeah, if they can please clarify what our purchase and sale agreement says.
May I?
Yes, you may.
The purchase and sale agreement was entered into for $6 million. So that would be the positive motion, and it would be a borrowing that requires a ballot vote.
And $150,000 is spent on a lease, which would be applied to it. So $5,850,000 would be the debt exclusion.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is it possible to comment on it?
Give me just a moment, please.
Okay.
So, Mr. Linval, if you can please work with town council to prepare a proper positive motion. I think it is now 10:30 at night. I think for all of our sake, so that we come back refreshed tomorrow to tackle this one, that we adjourn. Thank you. May I have a second, please? And we're all in favor? Do we need to, we're good? We can go home? Okay, good. Whew. That was a nightmare.
That got very complicated. So you're hearing voices from... Oh, really? Oh, God. Oh, so you mean she was like... Oh, yeah.
Send the command.
No, you're good. You should chat with her. Are you... Yeah.
So, may I please have a motion to adjourn to return tomorrow night? We're looking for a motion to continue the conversation. To continue the conversation to tomorrow night. I'm sorry. Okay, and we're all in favor? Okay. Yeah. Yes. So, okay, we'll be back here tomorrow night at 5 p.m. Just suggesting again, try to get here by 4 if you want to be in this room with our lovely Sarah.
Confusing, too. And plus, people beyond you are saying the opposite of what John is saying.
Deal with that here?
Yeah.